Live.
Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Because this is a remote meeting, I will ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Dr. Coleman. Mr. De Araujo. Ms. Lopera.
Present.
Ms. Mercer. She told me she's delayed on the T and will join us shortly. Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Present.
Mr. Tran.
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill. Ms. Robinson.
Present.
Thank you. You do have a
Thank you, Ms.
quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's website and on YouTube. Tonight's meeting documents posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee under the October 27th meeting link. The agenda, presentations, and equity impact statements have been translated in all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finished. The committee is pleased to offer live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. After the interpreters finish introducing themselves and providing Zoom instructions, we will activate the interpretation icon, the globe, at the bottom of your screen. Click the icon to select your language preference. Will our Spanish interpreters please introduce themselves and give Zoom instructions in Espanol?
Good evening. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished guests, my name is Juan Bernal. I am the Spanish interpreter who will be interpreting consecutively and exclusively for school committee member, Spanish-speaking Ms. Rafaela Polanco Garcia, while the other two interpreters will be interpreting simultaneously for those in need of interpretation. Muy buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Juan Bernal. Soy uno de los intérpretes asignados en esta reunión, particularmente para interpretar exclusivamente para Rafaela Polanco García, miembro hispanoparlante del Comité Escolar de las Escuelas de Boston. Para poder accesar la información, busquen el icono redondo que aparece en la parte baja de sus pantallas y tienen que hacer un clic en el idioma español y lo seleccionan como su idioma de preferencia. De cualquier manera, si se están conectando de un teléfono celular, de una tableta o de un iPad, busquen los tres puntos donde dice More en inglés y donde dice Language Interpretation o la interpretación del lenguaje. Seleccionen español como su idioma de preferencia. Muchas gracias por su presencia. Thank you very much. Next interpreter may proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone on this school committee meeting. Muy buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Randolph Domínguez. Voy a ser su intérprete simultáneo. Voy a estar trabajando junto a mi colega Luz y vamos a ser los intérpretes simultáneos de esta noche. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luz Barreto. Estaré interpretando con Randolph y con Juan. Haremos el mejor trabajo posible y estaremos en la sala de español. Gracias.
Thank you. Will our Haitian Creole interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Haitian Creole?
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Sergio Saint-Hilaire, Haitian Creole interpreter. Moi avec Nadège nous là après-midi pour nous présenter le programme ça et pour nous traduire pour nous. Et nous demandons non pour nous prêter attention à tout ça que nous avons pour dire, pas hésiter pour dire et que nous avons fait pour. Moi, après, je prends qu'on à partir de 7 heures, la vini et pour lui et continuer. Et nous très contents nous avec vous. Nous sommes besoin d'entrer dans le programme ou après en bas le computer ou regarder un globe, ou cliquer sur lui, ou entrer là-dedans et puis ou participer. Pas oublier, nous disons merci beaucoup, bonne écoute.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Nom c'est Nadège. Moi, c'est un interprète pour créole haïtien. Donc, comme Sergio fait dit nous, moi, après interpréter pour nous à partir de 7 heures jusqu'à la fin. Et moi, espérer que nous va porter faire bon travail pour nous-mêmes et bonne écoute. Si nous avons des questions, pas oublier, fait nous connaître. Merci.
Thank you. Will our Cabo Verdeano interpreters please introduce themselves and give Zoom instructions in Cabo Verdeano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Boa tarde, meu nome é Josiane, sabem ser os intérpretes simultâneos pesnotili, juntamente com José, para nós termos acesso à interpretação simultânea, nós clica no ícone de globo na parte inferior do nosso ecrã e seleciona Cabo Verdeano. Se você usa telemóvel, clica no 3 pontinhos na parte superior e seleciona Cabo Verdeano. Obrigada. Thank you.
Boa noite, meu nome é José, estou ali para mim ajudar-nos a sessão da noite naquela reunião de hoje de comitê. Amigo José, nos ali para ajudar-nos, nos ali na cada hora, nos apresenta. E se você mesmo com aquela ajuda, nos ali para ajudar-nos. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Cantonese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna. Terry and I will be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我同 Terry 咧會係你哋今晚嘅廣東話同步翻譯員。陣間你見到個地球嘅時候咧，撳落去揀 Cantonese， 咁你就會成功進入到廣東話翻譯頻道噶啦。唔該晒大家。Go ahead, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter. 大家好，我係你哋嘅廣東話嘅翻譯，咁我哋一陣見啦。Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Mandarin interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Mandarin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wei. Tina and I will be your Mandarin interpreter tonight. 大家好，我是您的普通话翻译Wei。如果你需要普通话的翻译的话呢，请你点击屏幕下方的地球仪。然后选择中文Mandarin 频道，然后就可以进入这个频道听翻译。如果您使用的是手机或者是平板电脑，请点击3个点，然后选择更多来听我们的翻译。OK, Tina, your turn.
Thank you. 大家好，我是您的普通话翻译。那么一会儿我会跟李伟来轮流做翻译。那么一会儿见，谢谢。Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will our Vietnamese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Vietnamese?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Duyên Triệu, Vietnamese interpreter. Xin chào quý vị, tôi là thông dịch người Việt. Nếu anh chị cần tiếng Việt, xin bấm vào quả cầu và chọn ngôn ngữ tiếng Việt. Chúng tôi sẽ cung cấp thông dịch liên tục cho các anh chị. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is V. I will be your Vietnamese interpreter for tonight's meeting. Kính chào quý vị, tôi tên là Vi, tôi sẽ là thông dịch viên người Việt cùng với chị Duyên làm cho phiên dịch buổi tối ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn rất nhiều. Thank you.
Thank you. Will our American Sign Language interpretation interpreters please introduce yourselves?
My name is Dee Spinkston, and I will be the American Sign Language interpreter for this evening.
Is there another interpreter for this evening?
I don't think she's arrived yet.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for assisting us this evening. And thank you to all of the BPS staff behind the scenes who also provide support for our virtual meetings to run smoothly. We will now activate the interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for both public comment periods closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure you are signed into Zoom under the same name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we get started this evening, I have a brief announcement. With 3 members unable to join us this evening, we're going to postpone tonight's action items until our next meeting when we expect to have our full membership. The next committee meeting is scheduled for next Wednesday, November 3rd. We'll take up tonight's vote at that time. We will begin tonight with a brief presentation to a very special member of the BPS community. Is she here?
Della Verne, are you on? I know
I
she was
am.
trying to
I'm here.
connect.
She's here. Thank you. All righty. Thank you so much. Each year, the Boston Municipal Research Bureau honors a select group of City of Boston employees with the Henry L. Shattuck Public Service Award. The award recognizes public servants who exemplify integrity, initiative, leadership, and commitment to the public good. We are thrilled that our own Della Verne Stanislaus is a recipient of this year's award. Ms. Stanislaus has demonstrated all of these qualities, particularly as the transportation team rallied and adapted to the challenges presented by the pandemic. Ms. Stanislaus is a former BPS student and proud graduate of the Jeremiah E. Burke High School. She has worked at BPS for 10 years and fearlessly stepped into her leadership role in the transportation department in 2018. She is also a BPS parent and understands deeply the trust that BPS families place upon us to provide safe and reliable transportation for their children. She and her team have worked so hard to improve the performance of our transportation team over the last few years. We are incredibly proud of her and happy that she has received this well-deserved recognition. Shattuck Award winners received their award at a virtual ceremony held earlier this month. Congratulations, Del, and thank you for your service to the City of Boston. The committee is delighted to present you with this citation, which reads, the Boston School Committee extends its congratulations to Della Verne Stanislaus, Director of Transportation, Boston Public Schools, recipient of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau's 2021 Henry L. Shattuck Public Service Award. Every day, Boston Public Schools, under the direction of Ms. Stanislaus, safely transports approximately 24,000 students on 641 buses to 232 different schools. The dedication that Ms. Stanislaus shows in everything she does reflects her belief that the department is, at its very heart, about customer satisfaction. The chairperson and members of the Boston School Committee join with the superintendent in extending their appreciation to Ms. Stanislaus for her unwavering commitment to the children and families of the Boston Public Schools and wish her continued success in all future endeavors. October 27, 2021. Signed by me, Jerry Robinson, School Committee Chair, and Superintendent Vesalius. I'd like to invite Pam Kocher, President of the Boston Municipal Bureau, to say a few words.
Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the opportunity to just say a few words. It was such a pleasure to engage with Del. She got wonderful recommendations, and we were thrilled to be able to receive those so that we could recognize her great work at BPS, particularly in the Department of Transportation. We got the opportunity, with masks on, of course, to be able to visit the office of the Boston Transportation Department, see Del and her team in action in the command center where they're keeping track of all the buses and where they're going. And so really see in person how the challenge that they have and see them making it all work anyway. Congratulations again, Del. It was fabulous to get to know you. And we're so pleased to be able to recognize you in partnership with the school committee. And thank you, Jerry, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'd now like to open it up to the superintendent and the committee. Superintendent?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kuchar, for your incredible work recognizing city public servants. You know, sometimes these jobs can be very challenging, and to get this type of recognition for our city public servants is really quite remarkable. So thank you for your dedication, and the panel who had to look at all the application and make the really hard decisions, I'm sure. I just want to take a moment to bring greetings on behalf of all of us at BPS, particularly Chief Alvarez and Sam DePina, who worked so closely with Del each and every day, who couldn't be here today. And then, of course, on behalf of myself, so proud of you, Del. You're one of the first people I met when I came in as superintendent, and you had just started your job a short time before I started mine. And you inherited a snarl's nest of issues to try to resolve. And we partnered together on hiring a consultant to come in and take a deep dive on some of the longstanding issues within the transportation department. Since then, Del has taken many of those recommendations, restructured her entire department, brought on new folks who are incredible, has some incredible older folks who have been on the team for a while as well, has established new accountability measures for our TransDev partners that has resulted in higher than ever on-time performance for our bus drivers in what has been one of the most challenging staffing shortages that we've ever experienced in the Boston Public Schools, not only in transportation, but in multiple areas across the organization. And she is not only a team member and a leader of the transportation department, and her excellence shines through there, but she's a bright light on our team as well at the highest level of leadership. And we just appreciate her contribution and her humble persona, and her relentless commitment to the children and families of Boston Public Schools. So congratulations, Del, on this incredible honor. You're a great representation of the wonderful central office workers and colleagues that you have doing this work each and every day in the Boston Public Schools.
Thank you, Superintendent. Members? So to bring greetings. Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. I just want to congratulate Del for your incredible work. I know that transportation is difficult and it is a challenge, and there are definitely areas for us to improve as a system. But I think it's also really important to recognize the individuals who still make the work happen day to day, especially given the challenges. I will note that when I first became a Boston Public School parent, we too had transportation challenges, but one of the things that I am incredibly grateful for were the people on the other end helping to solve for that. Somebody from BPS actually followed the school bus on my kids' first week to try to figure out what those challenges were. And it wasn't you, because I did go back to my emails to see who I was communicating with. But I've also gotten an opportunity to see how you engage with families to remedy the challenges that they may be facing. So thank you for your incredible work. I look forward to continuing to work together to create a better system for our students and families. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Dr. Coleman?
I want to thank you for the grace and courage and passion you bring to what is clearly one of the most difficult jobs, both technically and in terms of customer service that we have in the district. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Deeply appreciate your work, and congratulations on this well-earned recognition.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's anybody else with a hand up. Right. Not. I just also want to bring my greetings and thanks to you also, Del. I still remember the day 3 years ago now, where I spent an afternoon manning the phones for the afternoon and watching all of the grace that people were trying to handle the myriad of complaints and finding lost buses and realizing if this is just a snapshot of what you do every day, hats off to the work that you have done over these many years through the pandemic till now, making sure that those buses get where they need to do. We really, really want to thank you. So at this point, I'd like to give you an opportunity to say a few words.
I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you. I would also like to publicly thank the transportation team. I am because they're relentless, they're hard work through adversity every single day. I have a wonderful team and I just want to shout them out. This Shattuck Award is for the transportation team. Also, I just want to say thank you to my dear son, who a lot of times, a lot of mornings, a lot of late nights, taken away, leaning in, because I view all 24,000 students that we transport every single day as one of my kids. So this is also for my son and my loving parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Thank you so much. We'll move on now to the approval of minutes. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the October 6th, 2021 school committee meeting and October 12th planning retreat as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Not. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeRujo, Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The minutes are approved unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Cassellius.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for joining us this evening. I hope you've been staying warm and dry during this nor'easter. Good thing it's not snow. I feel a lot like Minnesota. We have a robust presentation scheduled tonight, so I'm going to keep my report as brief as possible. And I'd like just to cover a few recent district highlights, and I'll start with the update on school attendance. It's been wonderful to see our students back in classrooms, and I just wanted to present some data for you here. During our September 22nd meeting, I provided you with an update on our attendance now that all of our students are back in our school buildings, learning alongside their peers. The lighter blue bars on this graph show average attendance through September 20th, and the darker blue bars show average attendance through October 22nd. Over the past month, we have seen increases in attendance across nearly all grades, with the exception of K0, which has stayed roughly the same. Overall, our average attendance has increased from 86% to 90%. We are seeing lower average attendance in our upper grades, which is consistent with previous years. Our secondary school team, and particularly our supervisors of attendance, are working every day to increase our student attendance. While we're not seeing perfect attendance, we are encouraged by the student attendance we've seen this year, particularly following disruption to in-person learning of the previous 2 years and still mitigating the effects of COVID. Moving on to some recent events around the district. BPS STEM Week ended this past Saturday, October 23rd, and it was just so exciting to have the district-wide celebration dedicated to STEM, which allows our students the access to opportunity to explore the world of STEM while using it as a lever for change in their communities. As you know, STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Just want to make sure I get that acronym in there. Last week, students participated in a design challenge around the theme of looking at how they can improve the health of Boston using STEAM. And STEAM is the same as STEM, but with arts in there. So educators helped our students dive into STEM Week with various activities, challenges and projects with the goal of creating a product that would serve as a solution to one of our city's pressing issues. From career fairs and alumni panels to information sessions and in-person game nights, our students took STEM Week to another level, and it was great to see the many science, technology, engineering, and math rock stars we have in our classrooms. We even had a special visitor. Massachusetts Secretary of Education Jim Pizer visited the Henderson Inclusion School to see what students worked on. Our STEM department also hosted a number of virtual and in-person events this week for students and families to have access to additional information and resources around STEM education and careers. We even partnered with the Boston Public Library to host a wonderful STEM pop-up event at Codman Square Library. Beyond the work in the classroom, our students and families were able to attend an amazing STEM week with BPS Family Day at Franklin Park Zoo. And I want to give a quick shout out and thank you to all of our educators and staff that worked so hard to make BPS STEM Week such a success. Thank you all for all of your planning and dedication to ensuring our students see themselves in science, technology, engineering, math, and the arts. Now, on Friday, October 15th, I joined City of Boston Parks and Recreation Department and stakeholders from Boston's youth sports and nonprofit communities for a ribbon cutting ceremony of the Madison Park O'Brien's new renovated athletic complex. This athletic field includes a new football field, track field, baseball field, and softball field. And it's going to benefit our youth and school athletic programs that use it for practices and games. The fields were supported by a comprehensive $1.75 million renovation project that began in August of 2020 and was recently completed this September. The rebuilding of the complex was funded by the City of Boston's Capital Improvements Program and a $250,000 grant from the NFL Foundation's Grassroots Program. We also had the pleasure of hosting New England Patriots President and CEO Robert Kraft at the ribbon cutting ceremony. Athletics and outdoor recreation are crucial for our students' social emotional development, and this renovated complex gives not only BPS students more opportunities, but also all Boston youth a space to utilize and reconnect with their peers as well. I and all of BPS are excited and thankful to our many partners for this new addition and appreciate the continued support and advocacy of our community to make this a reality for youth throughout the entire city of Boston as we strive for greater equity. This month also has been filled with celebratory events, and I was excited to join the East Boston Early Education Center for a ribbon cutting ceremony of their new playground on October 7th. I was joined by Representative Adrian Madaro and City Councilor Lydia Edwards to cut the ribbon. Getting the playground design, funded, and then built was a true testament to the entire community. Between BPS and parents, the city, and most importantly, the students at the EBEEC, together we were able to bring the visions to life for our young learners. The new playground includes brand new play structures, areas for students to climb, an outdoor classroom, and as well as musical devices. We also celebrated the completion of two really amazing murals that were created by Harbor Arts Boston as part of their Seawall series. It was great to see the playground space filled with the beautiful colors, music, and art for our students and kids throughout the East Boston neighborhood to enjoy. Every single corner of the playground was filled with little laughs, playing, climbing, and all around joy. This new playground offers BPS students another opportunity to spark their creativity, their problem-solving skills, and self-expression, while also connecting with their peers, which is an important part of all of the stages of development. Thank you to everyone, in particular the parents who worked so hard on this grant to create this beautiful space for our kiddos. I also want to take a moment to recognize two outstanding educators who were recently recognized by McDonald's. Kevin Crowley, who is a teacher at the Carter School, and Kevin Tersilis, who is a paraprofessional at the Ellison Park School, were honored by McDonald's on October 14th with a surprise ceremony with colleagues and family. Kevin C. and Kevin T., as they are affectionately known, previously worked together in the same classroom at the Carter and became very, very close friends. During a recent week in October, when McDonald's was honoring teachers nationwide, they put out a tweet asking for people to recognize excellent teachers. Kevin Crowley immediately tweeted out Kevin Terselis. Kevin Terselis immediately replied with his own recognition of Kevin C., and the McDonald's took note. Both Kevins received flowers, tickets to a Celtics game, and a gift cards at their honoring ceremony. But that's not all. These amazing educators also received $25,000 for each of their schools. I want to thank McDonald's for their incredible, generous gift and recognition of excellent teachers across our nation, and particularly here in our backyard in Boston. We're BPS proud of our rockstar educators and their continued work toward creating positive learning experiences for our students, and also for shouting each other out for the great work that they do. Talking about shout outs, this morning I attended the Ed Bester School on the Move ceremony, joined by Chair Robinson, Member Lopera, and many other members of our BPS team. The three finalists this year were New Mission High School in Hyde Park, the PJ Kennedy Elementary, and Otis Elementary, both of those in East Boston. I'm thrilled for the James Otis Elementary School, which was named the winner of the $100,000 award earlier this morning. Congratulations to Principal Paula Cerquera Gonzalez and entire community of our Otis Owls. I've been so inspired by Paula's leadership, especially watching her in action during my visits to the Otis. This is such a well-deserved honor, as Paula has served the students and families of BPS for over 33 years. She has spent her entire BPS career at the Otis, and she loves it. She started there as a teacher in 1988, and she became principal in 2010. I also have to just applaud the fearless leadership of Will Thomas and Kristen Gonsalves as their amazing school communities. The PJ Kennedy and New Mission High School each received a $30,000 prize this morning as well. This was my third year attending this wonderful event, and it's such a great opportunity to highlight BPS schools demonstrating rapid improvement, exemplary progress, and academic achievement. All of this during a pandemic. I want to thank Marinelle Rumenier and the entire team at Edvestors for being such amazing partners to BPS. I want to thank Kathy and Jim Stone for doing this honor as they recognize Tom Payzant, who this honor was named after, working with us. And they worked with us on the school improvement initiative this year and many, many years. They also work with us on arts expansion and CTE pathways and so much more. Thank you for celebrating the success of our schools and pointing out the bright spots. Finally, I want to share some great news that we just received earlier today. The Massachusetts School Building Authority Board approved 4 accelerated repair program projects for BPS. These projects include the replacement of windows and doors at 2 schools in Roxbury. That's the Boston Day Evening Academy and the Hernandez K-8 school, and boiler replacements at the Henderson Upper School and the Russell Elementary in Dorchester. My team will have additional updates on our facilities and capital planning during the Bill PPS report later this evening. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chief Roberts, who can provide just a brief update on our exam school implementation and timeline. And that's my superintendent report. Chief Roberts. See if she's in the room. I wonder if she's having technical difficulty. Just double check here. Just give us 1 minute.
Dr. C. Dr.
There you
Sully,
are.
my apologies. I'm also dealing with child stuff.
Okay.
So good evening, everyone. Glad to see you all. Want to give a brief update on the exam schools implementation process for the current policy. So on Monday, October 25th, we launched the registration process, the application process for non-BPS students that will be open through November 19th per our current residency verification process. So families who are not of non-BPS students will work with our registration centers to provide the appropriate documentation of their residency and to rank their schools. For Boston Public School students, that process will start in January, as they will not have to verify residency. I'm also pleased to share that we have launched an updated website on the exam school process under the new policy. Thank you to my colleague for pulling that up for us. There is a lot of information there for families, including starting with information on a fact sheet for families that shares information on eligibility and the invitation process. If we continue to scroll, you will also see that we spell out in more detail information about eligibility timelines for non-BPS students as it relates to residency verification. You can continue to scroll, please. And who that's applicable to. What is required for that process? You can continue going, please. And then also how to get to our welcome centers. We also provide information on a grade point average and how that will be calculated with some additional examples and information so that families have an understanding about how that will work. And we also talk about the additional points in brief there. Lastly, we cover invitations and what that process will look like. And there is information on what the process for next school year will look like, as we will have an exam in place for that year. We also have been working on a circular, which will talk about the implementation of the policy in more detail, as we shared when we met with you last time. That is currently under review by our legal advisor's office and should be available within a couple of weeks, along with additional information on the tiers and the calculation of the additional points. So we look forward to bringing that to you and publishing that information as well. So with that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Cassellius.
Thank you, Monica. And with that, that's my superintendent's report. You're on mute, Jerry. Madam Chair, sorry.
All right, it's okay. Thank you, Superintendent. I'll now open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. I'd like to remind my colleagues about our agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes. That is 1 to 2 questions. I'd like to remind BPS staff to also be brief in your responses. If you have additional questions, I'll come back and do a second round. If you have a question, please raise your virtual hand. Put the request in the chat. Anyone with a question? Yes, no?
Not today. Thorough.
Not today. I think everybody's all set. I just have one question about the website. Will the website be translated into all of our languages? And at what point will that be happening?
So the website currently uses the Google Translate function. We know that it's not a perfect translation mechanism. As we post information in terms of the circular and additional documents, they will be translated, and that is part of what the team is continuing to work on.
Great. Thank you. And my other question, Dr. Casalius, I was thrilled to see all of the STEAM Week activities. My question is, how does that turn into more robust STEM and STEAM activities for our kids on an ongoing process throughout the year? What's happening with that level of curriculum?
Well, fortunately, Dr. Eckerson is going to be presenting the academic vision coming up, which will talk more about how we're going to embed both literacy and math. And now with the addition of the exam school policy, I think you'll see a much greater focus on science and social studies as well. So I think that it's really important for us to make sure that we're embedding that throughout the entire curriculum. Also a more project-based type of curriculum with our elementary schools in the elementary grades. I know our teachers are trying to do a lot of that, and we're on track to doing a lot of that prior to the pandemic. Of course, remote learning has kind of brought us back a bit on what we were able to do at home. And so I know teachers are really eager to get these activities back in school.
Thank you. And finally, I want to also offer my congratulations to the winner of the winners of the School on the Move Prize this morning. That was a very wonderful celebration, and it was wonderful to be able to have the kids remotely involved. So this was the first time we've had that kind of a in-person and remote program, and the students who usually aren't involved were actually able to see it this year. So that was great. And congratulations to all three schools. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Great. If there's no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeRujo, Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The report is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move on to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 34 speakers for general public comment this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure that you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comments. That will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. Please unmute yourself and turn on your camera when it's your turn to testify. Only speakers who turn on their camera will be allowed to testify. Otherwise, speakers can submit their testimony in writing. We'll begin this evening with our speaker who will be using interpretation services. I will now turn off the interpretation icon. Interpreters and the public will all be in the main room. Interpreters, please stop interpreting and mute yourself for this part of the testimony. We'll begin with Giovanni Burgos.
Vamos a comenzar con Giovanni Burgos.
Is Giovanni Burgos with us?
El señor Giovanni Burgos se encuentra con nosotros.
Yes.
Welcome.
Bienvenida.
Hello.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, mi nombre es Giovanni Burgos.
Hello, my name is Giovanni Burgos.
Y tengo un problema con la escuela de mi sobrina.
I have a problem with my niece's school that I like to share.
Mi sobrina tiene un severe seizure disorder y yo tuve un IEP con ella y mi sobrina tiene 11 años.
My niece is 11 years old and she has a severe seizure disorder.
Ella tiene 11 años y no sabe leer, no sabe escribir, no sabe los números, no sabe nada.
So she is 11 years old. Up to this point, she still doesn't know how to read. She still doesn't know how to write. She still doesn't know her numbers.
Y yo le pedí en el IEP a la persona que está encargada del IEP y hablé con el asistente de la principal de la Josiah Quincy que si la podían mantener en el mismo curso este año, que no la pasen, porque ella perdió 18 meses de clase y no sabe nada.
So what I did was I met with the assistant principal during her IEP. She attends the Josiah Quincy, and I wanted to request that she would repeat the same grade because for 18 months, she was not able to receive classes.
En el IEP, todo lo que estaban ahí, ellos dijeron que sí, y después la persona que está encargada del IEP, que es el señor Christopher Carron, dijo que no estaba de acuerdo.
So during the meeting in the IEP, we all agreed that it was appropriate to retain my niece for 1 year. And after that agreement, however, the person that runs the special education Christopher Caron denied that request.
Yo quiero saber qué yo puedo hacer, porque ahora él dijo que tengo que hablar con la principal, cuando ya yo hubiera hablado con el asistente de la principal y todos estaban de acuerdo. No es algo que no ha pasado en la Quincy School. Eso, hubo un niño que estuvo ahí hasta los 15 años. Mi sobrina solamente tiene 11. Y el año que viene, cuando la escuela se termine, si ella se queda ahí, ella va a tener 12 años. No entiendo por qué, quizá porque el otro niño era Chinese y ella es hispana. No sé cuál es el problema, pero siento que hay como una discriminación.
30 seconds.
So what's going on is that this Christopher Caron is asking me to speak to the principal of the school, but we had agreed already having the assistant principal as part of the meeting where we had agreed that we would retain my niece. She's 11 years old and I wanted to keep her in the Quincy school. Now, I do feel discriminated because there was another kid 50 that stayed in that school until he was 15. His ethnicity was Chinese, and I don't know if because my niece is Latina, there is a difference looking at her and not granting what I'm requesting.
Excuse me, Ms. Burgos.
Señora Burgos?
Excuse me, we do have your phone number and email, and a member of the superintendent's team will follow up with you.
Señora Burgos, nosotros tenemos su número de teléfono y también tenemos su correo electrónico. Un miembro de la superintendente se va a encargar de llamarla para ayudarle a solucionar este problema. Bueno.
Por favor, porque todo lo que estaban, la terapista, todo dijeron que sí, incluyendo la maestra, que estaban de acuerdo, que ella se podía quedar. Yo solamente estoy pidiendo un año. Ella es la única que se va a graduar este año, encima de que a ella no se le puede cambiar los schedules, porque a ella para cambiarlo de curso yo tengo que durar un año explicándole que ella no va a tener ese curso, que ella no va a estar con ese maestro. Ahora la quieren tirar, porque yo me encuentro que la quieren tirar a una escuela donde ella va a ser la única que se va a pasar para otra escuela. No va a ver sus amiguitos, su maestro que ella conoce desde que tiene 3 años. Eso no está
bueno,
justo.
entonces, un momentico porque me da mucha información y me quedo. Okay, so I just want to recap that it is important for you all to understand that during this IEP, her teachers, my niece's teachers, as well as therapists, as well as the assistant to the principal, had agreed that it was okay for her to stay one more year in the Quincy school. She wouldn't be the first one, and so the kids that have stayed in the Quincy school, she's only 11. And my feeling is almost like they're not being considerate, that they want to kind of throw her into another school. She wouldn't have any friends. She, you know, we want to keep her in there precisely because she was not able to have academic classes for 18 months. So I have tried to explain, but you know, if we change her to another school, if she graduates, it's going to be very complicated, you know, for her to understand. I would like to have that granted, that she can stay one more year at the Quincy school. So yes, please help me.
Yes. And thank you.
Y gracias. So now we know, thank you, gracias.
Thank you very much. We will follow up.
Ok, no se preocupe que le vamos a dar el servicio, la vamos a atender.
That concludes our speakers for interpretation for public comment. I will now activate the interpretation icon, and all interpreters will be sent to your channels, and you can start interpreting again. Thank you. Move on to our next set of speakers. Please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Ruby Reyes. Morgan Cohane, Meredith Hamilton, Allison Cox, and Alan Tian. Please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. And we'll begin with Ruby Reyes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. I'm a Dorchester resident, and I've worked with Boston's young people for over 20 years, previously at Bunker Hill, the City School, and Brighton High School. Bill BPS continues to not be a comprehensive master facilities plan. Beja, as a member of the Bill BPS stakeholders group, once again demands a moratorium on school closures and major facility decisions until an equity analysis of the impact on Black and Latino communities is completed. Since first released in 2017, we have been requesting missing information, including swing space, financial reports, estimated costs for rebuilds, relocations, maintenance, program expansions, and educational plans for proposed school reconfigurations, which include feeder plans. The current plan does not include any of these specifics. Before Superintendent Casillas started, the decision to close all middle schools was made without community input. Now some students from the Timilty and Irving middle schools don't know where their child and families will be assigned to the next year. We continue to ask for a moratorium on Bill BPS because this should not be happening and could have been avoided. We also continue to repeatedly ask for an equity analysis on the impact of the closure of the West Roxbury Educational Complex. What happened to the students who were placed at other schools? What happened to the autism program that was supposed to be kept intact, including students and educators? Will the mistakes of closing West Roxbury be repeated with the Timilty and Irving families? The decision to close the rec was made with yes votes by Chairperson Jerry Robinson, Michael O'Neill, and Hardin Coleman. You all expressed concerns about students having too many transitions and the impact that would have on graduation rates. We ask that you give an update on what has happened to the West Roxbury education students at your next school committee meeting. Don't you want to learn from and avoid the mistakes made from the rec closing in order to ensure that a new set of students don't have to sacrifice their education because of a lack of comprehensive planning and decision-making? The majority of rec students were Black and Latino, just like the majority of students at the Timilty and Irving. Where is the priority of equity in decision-making and using the district's own equity tool with fidelity? By that, we mean by including families and school communities in the decision-making before decisions are made, not after. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan Cohane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Morgan Cohane, and I am the teacher librarian at the P.A. Shaw Elementary School in Dorchester. Unfortunately, I was unable to tune in for the meeting in which the library services strategic plan was approved, but I wanted to extend my belated elation and gratitude. I want to thank Dr. Froggatt, Dr. Casillas, and members of the school committee for their support of school libraries. Thank you for speaking to the idea of making librarian positions sustainable. I also wanted to speak to my belief of the importance of libraries being foundational in BPS. Every year, schools have to decide whether to keep the library, art, science, music, etc. To prove the value of the library, my colleagues and I coordinate visits with award-winning authors and illustrators, collaborate with classroom teachers, lead information literacy lessons and guided inquiry learning, run book clubs for students and staff, incorporate STEM learning, including teaching students computer programming, robotics, and digital storytelling. We ensure all students receive BPL library cards. We serve on numerous committees. We have developed mentorships for students. I personally have raised over $100,000 for the Shaw Library to make up for the lack of a library budget in previous years. This is not to promote myself, but simply to say that I believe a library with a certified librarian should be a foundational position. The library is one of the few places where students have agency, choosing what they want to read rather than what is required. As Miss Mercer beautifully put in a previous meeting, the library was where she discovered her love for Greek mythology. All this to say that what a library and librarian can offer a school community is endless, and the approval of the Library Services Strategic Plan will positively impact thousands of students' lives. I once had a shy student speak out while on the tour of his future school. He had one question for the principal: does your school have a library? I couldn't be happier to know that one day my students never have to ask this question again. So thank you all so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meredith Hamilton.
Hi, thank you for taking the time for me to speak right now. I had thought that the public comment was coming after the build BPS presentation, so this feels a little bit out of order, but I just wanted to advocate for our Grew Elementary School in Hyde Park. I know that it's currently on the list to receive a 6th grade, and so we're really grateful that that proposal is being made. It is unclear to us as families whether or not the decision is complete or if this committee is still in discussions. And so to that end, we just wanted to make sure that we were able to be here tonight and really advocate for an excellent school in Hyde Park. It is almost 90% people of color and families of color. And so it is part of the community of Boston that we are always advocating for. And I am particularly grateful that my kid can be a part of the wonderful, warm community we have. And so it feels like sometimes the GRU and Hyde Park aren't necessarily top of everyone's agenda. And I just wanted to raise here that we are all really excited about the opportunity for our school to continue to thrive and grow, and that families, at least in our community, won't necessarily be forced out of the city. So having a 5th grader and a 1st grader, we've been thinking about if we needed to leave Boston entirely because of the 6th grade confusion. And so just feeling really appreciative that if this proposal goes through, that our family and others in our school will be able to stay in Boston for the duration. And I know that this is a very difficult decision, and obviously people are speaking around whether or not there's additional equity issues to be considered. And that is, of course, always important to ask and understand that that evaluation is still happening, but just wanted to make sure that there was a voice putting a vote in for the GRU to be able to continue its expansion as proposed, and looking forward to whatever those final plans will look like and how we as a school parent council will be able to support the implementation of that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alison Cox.
Sorry, my name is Alison Cox. I live in Jamaica Plain and I'm a parent and family representative on the Mission Hill Schools Governance Board. I'm here tonight because of the district's continued efforts to undermine our school. A full month ago, the district appointed an interim leader. To date, she has failed to introduce herself to our families. No welcome letter, no newsletter, no remarks at curriculum night, and she's declined her seat on our governance board. Our school needs a caring, accessible, devoted leader, yet it seems she's been instructed to meet us with total indifference. The superintendent has launched an investigation assessing the school's management practices. No one conducting this investigation has yet spoken to any family or community members from the governance board from this year or last about school management. It's unclear how a school's governance can be assessed without talking to the very individuals charged with governing it. She also said that she learned of the years-old accusations by a family just last February. I question that timeline, but even if true, this committee should know that in June, 5 months later, a member of the superintendent's office led the writing of our co-leaders' very positive reviews. Never did the district indicate there were any concerns until these leaders were put on administrative leave just a few weeks later. A lot of fingers are being pointed at the school and its staff. I asked this committee to ensure that the district's own accountability is examined. Families deserve to know where the district is failing our schools, rather than being asked to assume it's our schools failing our families. My daughter's class is using BPS's focus curriculum. She's studying school communities. Content focuses on independence, representation, and inclusion. Lessons encourage activism and participation in democracy. In a culminating project, students advocate for improvements to create strong schools for diverse learners. The district's own curriculum is in lockstep with the reason pilot schools exist, and specifically with Mission Hill's founding democratic ideals. And yet, the district's leader is using accusations of missteps from years ago to strip away our school's current independence, strong community, and authentic participatory culture. If it's asked to consider major permanent changes to Mission Hill, I urge this committee to look beyond headlines and to take into consideration what else may truly be motivating the district here. Mission Hill has been and can be an incredibly special place that retains families in our public schools and serves our students well. Please let it live its mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Tien, followed by Bill Young, Sarah Barnett, Susan Bird, Avery Salmier de Reyes, and Daryl Best. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Alan Tien.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, respectable committee and the superintendent. I'm Alan Tien, who speak in the last public comment in the last session. I live in West Roxbury. I have two kids. One is in high school. The other one is the sixth grade, waiting eagerly these days. And my question is still, I asked if my daughter have any possibility to go to any exam school, even though she's a top in the class. After the last school committee meeting, the simulation result, I was convinced again that no bonus point, no exam school, at least for the year 2020 and 2022. And there will be schools with 0 kids going to exam school. Even with top in the class, A+, A-, A+ and A doesn't really matter. I just saw on the website that the A and the A+ using the same 11 points score. So that's the same, but A+ doesn't matter. I really cannot understand. I know we're going to have a new presentation afterward, but I don't know if that's going to be included in the simulation for the year 2022 and year 2023, for 2022 to 2023. The claim that we don't have GPA for science and social study is not valid because we already have a simulation for 2023 to later, which also neither with a certain subject GPAs nor map tests. So we still can have the simulation for that. But why we cannot provide a simulation which needs less data for this year? The only reason the Chicago model we are trying to talk about is, okay, I have 30 seconds. Okay, based on the bonus point, based on the simulation we saw altogether, the bonus point doesn't change the student distribution of social economic conditions, racial distributions, just arbitrarily block the certain school student trying to go to exam school, especially for the year 2020 to 2002, which we have no exam at all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Young.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Bill Young. I'm the parent of a second grader at Sumner Elementary, which is historically a feeder school for the Irving. The current proposal, as I understand it, is to close the Irving. We received word yesterday that the Sumner won't get a 6th grade to make up for that closure. All the other schools in Rosendale will get a 6th grade. You know what happens next. Today, the committee is considering whether to vote knowingly to doom the Sumner to years of under-enrollment, to toss it back and off of the cliff that is the weighted student formula, for no good reason. The Sumner is the largest elementary school in the neighborhood. It's vibrant, it's wonderfully staffed, representative of the neighborhood across several axes of diversity. In a few years, you'll be talking about how to shutter it. I'd ask that you reconsider. Give us a couple of 6th grade classrooms, convert the music room, use space at the empty community center next door. Give us a few years of modular classrooms. We have architects among the parents who'd be happy to have a dialogue about how to make space. But please, I'm asking you, don't kill the Sumner for lack of creativity.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Our next speaker is Sarah Barnett.
Hi, I'm Sarah Barnett, an East Boston resident, parent of 2 BPS students, and member of the founding committee that reopened the Allegheny School. I'm providing testimony to raise concerns regarding the suggested 10-point bonus policy for disadvantaged schools presented at the last meeting. Although the school committee is still awaiting models to confirm the school-by-school impacts, it appears that the Dante Alighieri School is one of only 5 public schools that does not meet the 40% disadvantage threshold. It is the only school in East Boston to be negatively impacted by this policy. Let's be clear, this new policy will not function as a 10-point bonus for students at 120 schools. Instead, it will be a 10-point penalty for students attending just 5 Boston public schools. A family is determined to be disadvantaged if it participates in one of 5 public benefit programs. Our new small school misses this arbitrary metric with 38.7% of our families deemed disadvantaged. It would only take the change of 2 of our families' economic status to put us above or below the 40% threshold each year. If this metric is to be used to determine our children's future, the school committee and BPS must at least ensure the integrity of the data used in defining disadvantaged students. The Allegheny has a significant population of foreign-born families. For 63% of our students, English is not their family's first language. Many immigrant families are hesitant to apply for or outright prohibited from receiving public benefits. And now, based on this metric, our students will also be prohibited from exam school admission. The Dante Alighieri School was reopened in 2015 thanks to the partnership of dedicated East Boston families, BPS administrators, and the Boston School Committee. We have worked diligently and collectively to create a high-achieving neighborhood school. We graduated our first class 4 years ago, and we're proud that 8 of our graduates have since secured invitations to the exam school. With the change of the policy, you will take all of that away from our students and our school if this 10-point penalty is imposed. I ask that the school committee recognize the problematic consequences of this 10-point policy and remove it as an obstacle for admission to the exam schools. Thank you. I will submit this testimony for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. Our next speaker is Susan Bird.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Susan Bird, and I'm a parent at the Grew Elementary, a list of several parents I'm sure you'll hear from tonight who are advocating for our little school in Hyde Park to get a 6th grade this year. Just as Meredith had said previously, we were under the impression that there would be a vote this evening where we would learn if the 6th grade would be given to our school. We are just a concerned set of parents. You understand all of the reasons why we would like this 6th grade. It just continues limiting transitions and the retention of students throughout BPS and graduation. I have a 1st grader and a K1 student and one more K1 student coming up. We all believe in the GRU. We believe in everything that it brings. I'm sorry, I'm being photobombed right now, but please understand our advocacy for this school in Hyde Park, and please allow us to continue to expand to a 6th grade.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Avery Salnier de Reyes.
Hi, my name is Avery. I live in Roxbury. I'm a parent of a Mission Hill student in 6th grade. It seems like we have a theme tonight of school closure. You've heard from me about my older daughter, Evelyn, and the importance of democracy to the Mission Hill community. So tonight, let's talk about Nellie. Here she is. That's my 6th grader. And I would like you to think about how you would explain to her how her very kind-hearted and warm long-term substitute is going to teach her a curriculum that she's never seen before with just a bit of preschool teaching experience. And how about how high expectations for grades 5 and 6 could be met by a team who can barely get the kids to line up after 6 weeks of school because of the rotation of substitutes. You try and tell Nellie that a pizza party for lining up 5 times in a row quietly qualifies as high expectations. And then please explain to me how that's a better situation for her than being taught by her experienced veteran teacher that you removed, who has known and cared for her since she was 3, when she used to go visit Evelyn in his classroom. Maybe you can answer this. Does she get a consolation prize for behaving herself this year? How about some extra points for an exam school, since she won't actually be learning what she needs to learn in order to earn the grades to get an invitation? Could you really look at her and say that if you close our school, she'd be better off in another one of your district managed schools? What if she ends up at the Irving? Aren't you closing that too? Maybe your advice would be to borrow my mother's address in Medford. Last week, 80% of the families who attended a parent-hosted community meeting said that they'd considered moving their student to Mission Hill, not because of bullying, but because you have destroyed the work over 20 years and eroded what you now claim as best practices. Student-centered learning, exhibitions, portfolio assessment, project-based learning, decentering whiteness in curricula, restorative justice, validating student thinking, all piloted and developed at Mission Hill. You at least owe us the truth for our work on that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daryl Best, followed by Stuart Wang, Andrew Iliff, Nanny Calvillo, Ariana Sikairos McCarthy, Sharon Hinton, and Rachel Young. If you could all please raise your hands in Zoom. Daryl Best.
Good evening. Thank you to Superintendent Casilius and the school committee for the opportunity to speak. I'm also a parent at the GRU Elementary School and have 2 children there. And I'm here also to advocate for the vote for this school to get a 6th grade. We received an email this morning saying that we would be approved. So we just are looking forward to the vote and want to, I just also want to lend my voice to what Meredith had stated and also Susie in providing an additional grade so that there's a better transition for our students from this course of education to the next. And also I'd like to make a request, hoping that we will be approved, that the process of determining what type of structure will be at the school will be a transparent one, where we can receive and have access to the information and what the plans are and the timeline for the plans, so that we can support that process and make it as smooth as possible for us to get sixth grade next year. Again, I'd like to say thank you that we are at least on the approval list, and want to advocate for the vote for next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stuart Wang. Stuart does not seem to be signed into the meeting. So let's try Andrew Iliff. Okay, I don't see Andrew. Nanny Cavillo. Not seeing Nanny. Ariana Sicaros McCarthy. Ariana.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ariana Sicaros McCarthy. I live in Rosendale. I am a BPS alum. I'm now a parent and also a BPS teacher. But tonight I'll first be speaking to you as a parent. My daughter Liliana is in K2 right now at the GRU. So similar to other parents who you've heard from, we were relieved to see that we were on the proposal to receive a sixth grade. I think my experience at the GRU starting in K1 during COVID, being welcomed in by the wonderful Mrs. Burns, was such a positive and joyful experience for both my daughter and every family member that attended Zoom class with her up through March. So we are very excited about the opportunity to continue to grow with the GRU school community and be part of it up through hopefully sixth grade. On the other hand, I would like to urge and remind the school committee and the superintendent about the importance of timing and transparency when talking about the Build BPS process and possible changes and closures or shifting of grade levels. I was a teacher at the Rogers when we were closed in 2015. We found out in March that we would close in June, which was extremely hurtful to the entire school community, to say the least, both students, families, and staff. So I would just, based on my experience, like to remind, especially school committee members who maybe weren't serving them, the real importance of providing students, families, and school communities and staff time to engage in the process of possible change, time to be part of the conversations, time to prepare for huge transitions. In particular, being in schools over these past 18 months, how for many of us as teachers, we are the stable, safe community for our students and families. And so disruptions to any of those learning communities will only further damage our students' socio-emotional well-being and really hinder their progress later on. So again, just want to urge us to be mindful and careful about any changes that are made and while it was nice to receive the email about the GRU, at the same time, we received an email about potential changes to our school building, welcoming in Carter students, and which we're happy to do in the beautiful building that we have at the Lilla G. Frederick. But it feels like an email a few hours before the school committee meeting really isn't quite enough communication and transparency that we as staff and students and families deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Hinton. I don't see Sharon signed into this meeting. So let's try Rachel Young, followed by Kate Markowitz, Erica Kuda, Bill Barar, and Margot Leonard. You can raise your hands virtually in Zoom, please.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I'm currently talking to you from the side of a highway in Billerica where I am giving a public presentation this evening. But I thought it was so important to come and testify before the committee that I made time out of my busy work schedule to be here this evening. I'm here tonight for two reasons. One, my mother and I try so hard to instill in my daughter the importance of commitment. So you can imagine how disheartened and disappointed I was to find out that Dr. Casilius and Build BPS have decided not to honor commitments they made to the Sumner community 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the Sumner was instrumental in starting a dialogue among all Roslindale schools about getting 6th grades. At that time, we were wowed by Dr. Casilius's commitment to equity when she told our community that no school would get an individual independent 6th grade without all the others being in lockstep, because that was inequitable. Well, I'm saddened to find out in an email that we received just 2 days ago that the Sumner isn't getting a 6th grade. Not only is the Sumner not getting a 6th grade, we are the only school in the community that is not getting a 6th grade. This is fundamentally inequitable and contradicts the promise that we were made 2 years ago prior to COVID. We would like to have a meeting with Build PPS immediately at our school where we can tour the facility and look at the available space for 6th grade classrooms. We understand that other schools were thought about creatively and afforded spaces like trailers and temporary spaces that could also be viable options with the Sumner, were we given an opportunity to discuss this with the school administration. This is a wrong that needs to be quickly corrected. As my husband said, this is a matter of creativity. And if we do not think creative, we have doomed the Sumner to failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Markowitz.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kate Markowitz, and I'm a parent of a K-2 student and a 2nd grader at the Sumner Elementary, and I live in Roslindale. As Rachel mentioned, prior to COVID, BPS told the Roslindale elementary schools that they would receive a 6th grade at the same time. Unfortunately, this conversation has not happened with the Sumner, and we don't quite understand why that is. The Sumner appears to be the only one not getting a 6th grade until after the Irving is renovated and reopened. And after what has happened to the West Roxbury complex, I don't really have a lot of faith that that conversation might ever happen. I'm at a loss here because our school has already started to suffer an enrollment in the 4th and 5th grades once Build BPS was announced and there was no plan for the Sumner. It seems like a downward spiral for a school that's really vibrant and has a fantastic community. Of the 4 elementary schools in Roslindale without a 6th grade, we represent over half of the minority and high needs students. If we don't get this 6th grade, no doubt that we will suffer from increased under enrollment and eventually the school will be closing. I don't know, is that really the plan for the school that the school committee and the superintendent are looking for? It's an equity issue, as Ruby Reyes pointed out. We really would like to be having a conversation with BPS, and I urge you, please, tomorrow, contact Megan Welch. Let us start that conversation. It's been too long that we've been shut out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Erica Kuka, does not appear to be signed into the meeting. So we'll move on to Bill Barar, followed by Margot Leonard, Mike Ritter, Stephanie Galeota, Elizabeth Ferenz, and Anne Marie Vaduva. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Bill Barar.
Hey, good evening. My name is Bill Barra. I am the father of a 2nd grader at the Charles Sumner Elementary School. I live in West Roxbury. So here tonight to ask the committee that you please immediately begin planning conversations for a 6th grade at the Charles Sumner. So as a couple of my fellow parents have just said, we were told a couple of years ago that all of the elementary schools in Roslindale would receive a 6th grade. It fits with the path that the BPS is putting in place to have high school 7 through 12 and to give our school a 6th grade. As a Sumner parent, we've been thrilled with the Sumner, we've been thrilled with the stability it's provided through COVID, with the great improvement we've seen over the time we've been there. It's a wonderful and vibrant community. Now, space for a 6th grade is available, right? The other elementary schools in Roslindale have similar space constraints. As Rachel mentioned, they've been offered some creative solutions. It's good. I'd like to mention that there is a community center right next to our school with classroom space. The Sumner sometimes uses it. There's a daycare building for sale across the street. We would love for you to engage our administration, who enthusiastically support looking at some creative solutions here, okay? Prior to COVID, we were promised the school, we were promised the 6th grade. We haven't seen it yet. As Kate mentioned, we have a wonderful, diverse community. Half of the minority students in high need learners in Rosendale elementary schools are at the Sumner. We start to lose students, we'll lose seats, we'll lose funding. We're already seeing parents look to charters, look to get out of the system, look to get out of our school. So this doesn't need to happen. Let's get creative. Please engage our school. We look forward to working with you on a path to 6th grade for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margot Leonard.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margot Leonard. My child is a 1st grader at the Sumner Elementary School, and we live in Roslindale. As you can tell from other parents' comments, our community is just reeling from recently having learned that all Roslindale elementary schools, except for the Sumner, will be getting a 6th grade next year. This is a significant broken promise to our school community. It is inequitable, and it must be fixed. Children's mental health has just been declared a national emergency. Expecting Sumner students to undergo additional stress and disruption when they've already endured remote learning and a global pandemic places a disproportionate burden on them. This does not need to happen. We would love for the district to consider off-site campus spaces immediately. For example, the Rosendale Community Center and the daycare for sale across the street, as Bill has just mentioned. We would also like the district to send someone in person to assess our spaces, both inside and outside, for sixth grade viability. You know, square footage can be looked at from afar, but no one has actually visited the school and assessed our options in person in several years. We really just want to have the same opportunity to discuss adding a sixth grade to the Sumner for next year, an opportunity that all other schools in Roslindale have had. We really look forward to working with you and would love to start this dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Ritter.
Oh, hello.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, thanks for having me on. I'm Mike Ritter. I'm the parent of 2 daughters at the Lee Academy Pilot School. How do 90 out of 125 BPS schools have no HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning? We know late spring to early fall days are only going to get hotter. This winter ventilation will be provided by windows in the majority of schools. The recent Birdo 2.0 city ordinance requires large buildings to have their carbon emissions by 2030 and eliminate them by 2050. The city's buildings must stop using fossil fuel heating. We shouldn't replace another boiler with a boiler, like described tonight is happening at the Russell and Henderson Upper. Our children should be in healthy buildings with air conditioning, ventilation, and heat, all provided by modern electric HVAC. Where's the plan to put those HVACs into all BPS schools? The only argument against HVACs I've come across is it's expensive. Well, we have the ESSER money, property taxes, and AAA bond rating making for cheap borrowing. And there's possible green bonds and many other ideas when dealing with such volume in so many municipal buildings motivated decision makers could come up with. The heat pump technology exists with companies like Block Power, which can do zero down installs and do the maintenance during the payoff period. The minute this work is done, will be paid back with healthier kids and staff, better learning environments, cleaner air inside and outside the schools, and buildings that actually could be effective summer learning locations and or community cooling stations. Furthermore, pairing an HVAC with solar panels would free up significant amount of gas money spent to heat most schools and go towards education once the systems are paid off. We have the need, the technology, and the money. Where's the will? In short, neglecting schools, which is what has been done for decades, is neglecting children. If you agree, please sign and share my petition, which nearly has 1,000 signatures. The time has come for all BPS schools to have modern HVAC. Search HVAC for every Boston public school now to find it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Galeota.
Hi there. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I come tonight not as a BPS alum and not as a former BPS teacher, but tonight I come as a BPS parent. Certainly and I live in Roslindale and my child is a student at the Sumner. Certainly the calculus of choosing a school has many factors to take into consideration, and something was to be said for our own calculation back when in terms of whether schools would have sixth grades or not, whether they were K through 8, etc. We are so happy at the Sumner, yet so disappointed to hear that of all the Roslindale elementary schools, that the Sumner will seemingly not be getting a sixth grade. So we're disappointed. And I echo what many of the other fellow parents and caregivers have already said. I come most recently from Washington, D.C., where in Arlington County, Virginia, and Montgomery County, Maryland, they've dealt with some of the same similar issues in terms of needing more space for kids, if that is the reason why the Sumner wouldn't be getting a 6th grade. I'm not clear in terms of why the Sumner would not be getting a 6th grade when others are. So I don't think that we have to reinvent the wheel. I think there's some models out there, and just in hearing people speak tonight about the Sumner, but about some of these other, some of the other issues or wins, I think this is an easy solution. If we're talking about space, we can make it happen. This is not the Gordian knot to untie of exam, school admission, and equity in it. This is not the logistical nightmare of busing kids across the city in September of earlier this year when we weren't sure if we had enough school bus drivers or not. But basically, I think that adding a 6th grade is a win for commitment to equity, a win for the students, and aren't they the most important? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ferenz.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Ferenz. I'm a parent of a 1st grader at the Sumner Elementary. And my daughter Batya has loved her time at the Sumner. She started in K1, had a phenomenal teacher, Missy Joseph. In K2, Mrs. Fox was also phenomenal. Her ability to engage 5- and 6-year-olds on Zoom school just, astounded me every single day when I could hear the class in the next room. We have loved our experience at the Sumner. We love the investment that was made in our beautiful playground out back that we had a ribbon cutting for a number of years ago. We love all of the specialist teachers that engage Batya. I would say that it wasn't our original first choice, really a lot to do with the lack of 6th grade plan. It was not our first choice because it didn't go up through K8. And we are so glad that the lottery put us at the Sumner. I really am adding to what all of the other parents have said. Don't harm our school. Don't decrease our enrollment. Don't impact our weighted student funding by having students lose the Sumner. We know students are doing that. At our first family council meeting earlier in September, I talked with multiple 5th grade parents who are trying to figure out what are they going to do for their kids? Do they leave BPS? Do they go to a charter? Do they re-enter the lottery? What is going on? At this time of incredible stress for our families, we've already been through so much with the pandemic. We've survived remote school. Don't do this to our families. It's really not necessary. As we said, we have heard nothing until the email on Monday that suggested that this was coming for all of the other schools and not for us. There has been no communication. I've been an active member of family council throughout the time that my daughter has been at the school, and we have heard nothing to suggest that this was going to be happening. No active communication. We were an EdVestors finalist. You announced the EdVestors winners earlier this year. We were a finalist last year. We received money. Please support the Sumner. Find a space for the 6th grade. We know it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anne Marie Vaduva, followed by Edith Bazile, Sandra Lavalle, Carolyn Shadid Lewis, Lisa Thomas Parker, and Brian Clarity. If you could please raise your hands in Zoom. Anne Marie Vaduva.
Hi, sorry about that. Zoom kicked me off. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Vaduva. I am a parent to a 1st grader at Mission Hill School. I wanted to speak to you tonight because on behalf of my son and myself, he's been at Mission Hill School for the last 4 years, starting with K0. During his time at K0, he the teacher who was, had 20 years of experience teaching that age group, noticed that he had developmental delays, social developmental delays, and he was advanced academically, and suggested that I have him checked out by a pediatrician, which led to I'm looking for you, for a diagnosis. Sorry about that. So I know my time is running down. First grade. So he's been amazingly accommodated by Mission Hill School. First grade, the accommodations, I don't know what happened to them. He's been bolting out of school, and where we're at now is that he shows up to school, stays a short time, bolts. The staff calls me, I pick him up. The last time that the staff contacted me, I was told that the plan was he comes to school, he goes upstairs with the staff. If he bolts, they try to help him. If they can't help him, the best team would be called to help. The best team for a 6-year-old kid who up until now could do well in school with proper accommodations. My request for one-on-one, my request for so one-on-one, change of classroom, social emotional support before the school day starts. I have sent many emails, spent many hours, and for some reason, the IEP process is broken. Staff is not communicating with me. They're not considering my accommodations. They're denying them without comment. I have failed my son. The school has failed me. I don't know what's happening. And I just wanted to give you a first-hand witness account of how whatever's happening at Mission Hill School is just failing. And you can blame it on the recent changes. You can blame it on anything you want. I'm going through the process right now. And he is currently considered truant because I won't bring him in. I've brought him 5 or 10 times. Every time it's the same story. He bolts for 20 minutes or more or less, and he goes into classrooms. He's never done this before. He does disruptive work. I will finish. One time when he bolted into classrooms, came out, teacher who was a staff member responsible for helping him transition said to him in front of me, "Tell your mom what you did." And he didn't. He's 6, he's autistic. She said to me in front of him, he destroyed 3 classrooms. I'm being asked to bring my child in for this trauma and for him to learn that he's a kid who destroys things, and he's being marked truant because I won't bring him in for it and they won't give him any support, so he stops doing that. So it is really, it's a crisis for him, for me. I can't go back to the school unless he has the support he needs. The school doesn't want to help. I don't know what you all can do to help, if anything, but I thought you should know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaduva. We have your phone number and email information, and a member of the superintendent's team will reach out to you very shortly. Thank you for sharing your testimony. Our next speaker is Edith Bazile, followed by Sandra Lavalle, Carolyn Shadid Lewis, Lisa Thomas Parker, Brian Clardy, Diana Ainsley Paul, Alison Friedman, and Mike Heischman. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. I don't see Ms. Bazile signed into this meeting. So we'll move on to Sandra Lavalle. Sandra with us? Okay, let's try Carolyn Shadid Lewis.
Hi, I'm Sandy LaValle. I'm sorry, I was having technical issues.
Oh, no problem. Welcome. Yes, we
Hi,
can.
thanks for having me. My name is Sandy LaValle. I'm from Alston, but currently live in the Back Bay, and I have a 6th grader at the Elliott School. And the Elliott School has been fabulous. It should be a model because it was an underperforming school, and US World and News Reports just ranked it 13th in the entire state, and I believe #1 for Boston Public Schools. Although on for the last 10 years will be because Yale won within that points that endpoint policy will be used as prevention for kids at the Elliott to be able to be admitted into the analysis was conducted to support the implementation of half of the requirement for your new policy of instead of the, you're implementing the 10-point, and I'm going to call it a penalty because it's only 5 BPS schools that won't enjoy that 10-point bump. And yet you're not implementing the exam. So what analysis went in to show that that was a good thing? To me, it would seem more logical to implement the entire policy as it was designed and not pick and choose components of it in this first year. So I look forward to seeing the transparency and the data around that. And then the other question I had, if I still have time, is what was the impetus for a decision of this magnitude with last minute changes? What was the impetus of doing this in the last July meeting, especially knowing that you were working under an interim mayor? And I believe it's my understanding that the school committee serves at the pleasure of the mayor. So knowing that there was going to be a mayoral change in a matter of months, what was the impetus of rushing such an important decision at that July meeting? So I look forward to hearing that answer as well at your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaValle. Your connection was a little unsteady for a portion of your comments. So if you'd like to send your testimony in writing, we'll be happy to share that with the committee. Our next speaker is Carolyn Shadid Lewis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Carolyn Shadid Lewis. I am a mother of a 2nd grader at Mission Hill School. I live in Jamaica Plain. I just want to reiterate some of the things that have been said. First of all, to say that my daughter has had an amazing experience at Mission Hill School. She has really thrived. She has started since K1. We chose the school because it is a Montessori-based school, among other wonderful influences. And she has just really thrived in that structure, and which would normally be reserved for a very privileged, expensive education, and to have an integrated and equitable opportunity to have this really amazing form of education available in Boston was what we were really excited about. And we are worried about the certain actions that are happening that it seemed to be undermining the school. Before I say anything about that, though, I do want to acknowledge that there was very difficult things that happened, and I'm not in any way advocating for those things. And I feel very sad that that happened in our school. We were unaware of that. And that wasn't the experience of a lot of the majority of the student body, but it still happened, and it's something that we need to work on as a community, and something that I am committed to trying to help navigate. I just ask now, though, that you please do not undermine the entire school or throw out the curriculum that has been really beneficial to a lot of students, and see the value of it. As Maria Montessori started her philosophy after the First World War, it came out of a lot of pain and division, and it created a democratic approach that believed that children could be agents in their own learning process. Also, it has a basis in the freedom school movement that we even have here in our own city, of integration, and the belief that the civil rights, that our nation's history needs to have a different understanding of our own American history. And those two things came out of a lot of suffering. Right now, we're in the midst of a big transition throughout our whole Boston Public Schools, as we're hearing from a lot of different communities that are in transition. And I encourage you to please not give up on our school, on the vision of Maria Montessori, on the vision of the Freedom Schools. Please invest in us. Don't leave us without teachers. Please invest in us and don't give up on us. I'm invested in the school, and I'm actually going in to try to help other students who can't read. That's my commitment to the school, and I ask that you please also commit to helping us as well.
Thank you. I don't see Lisa Thomas Parker signed into this meeting, so we'll move on to Brian Clardy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hi, my name is Brian Clardy. I'm a resident of West Roxbury. I have two BPS students, one being a sixth grader at the Patrick Linden School. My comment is regarding the new bonus point plan as it pertains to this year's sixth graders exam school admission. Please ask the superintendent to show modeling to the school board for this year's exam school admission that does not include test scores, and please have her office share the true percent of students from the few schools who are not included in those that receive additional points for having at least 40% economically disadvantaged students. The previous data provided by the superintendent included students who received points for housing status, misleading the school committee members as to the modeled outcome of this year's plan. Also, please make sure this data does not include students that have transferred into non-40% economically disadvantaged schools from schools that do receive points. I believe what you'll find is that you have made it mathematically impossible for any student from these 5 schools to receive admission to any exam school. Please review this plan and its modeled outcome with the correct data as it pertains to this year's bonus point plan. Thank you for looking into this.
Thank you. And a friendly reminder for those testifying to please turn on your camera when you're testifying. Our next speaker is Diana Ainsley Paul.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak, and I just want to echo the sentiments of the other Sumner community members. I have a daughter who is in K2 at the Sumner. I'm a former Boston Public School teacher, and I'm currently teaching in another district. I have choices. I'm fortunate that I have choices. I live in West Roxbury. I live within walking distance to 3 elementary schools that have K-8 pathways. But I choose to send my child to the Sumner because I want her to be part of the diverse and vibrant and warm and welcoming community that is the Sumner. I also could choose to send my daughter to my own school that I teach at. We're moving into a state-of-the-art building in February, but I choose the Sumner. And I urge you, as the other community members did, to open communications about creating a 6th grade classroom and involve the community. There's no lack of talent and leadership and creativity at the Sumner among the teachers and the administration. There is a way to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alison Friedman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Alison Friedman, a Sumner Elementary parent. And I spent a lot of time at these school committee meetings 2 years ago, and a lot of time also discussing with the district office, people at the highest levels, about adding a 6th grade to the Sumner. And in those conversations, I was told 2 things repeatedly. One was that you would not add 6th grade to any individual school, and that I needed to reach out to all 6 of the feeder schools to the Irving. I spent countless hours doing that. I also was told that because of our space constraints, we were going to need to look creatively and possibly outside of school settings. And so we did that work, and then the pandemic hit, and I didn't argue about getting a 6th grade because I understood there were other things going on, but to get a letter that says that all the other schools that are feeder schools to the Irving are getting a 6th grade and we are not, and those creative solutions, as far as I know, were never explored, and we were never given an opportunity to help you explore them by doing some of the footwork for it, felt like a slap in the face after all the work that I did 2 years ago. And so, you know, I'm going to tell you that when we meet with you guys on November 18th, I know that Megan Welch has been reached out to, and that there's going to hopefully be a community meeting on November 18th. I'm looking to have those creative solutions of having a 6th grade in another space back on the table. I don't think going back into the lottery is the option that we should be taking, whether it's like moving the kids to another school or moving them to the lottery with a choice, you know, being at the top of the lottery. I still think it's more transitions that they don't need to have. And I'm going to end here with the words of my 6th grade daughter, who just aged out of the Sumner. This September, I switched schools. 3 other kids from the Sumner switched with me. One of them was my best friend, but it was still one of the hardest things I have ever done. I stayed up at night worrying about getting lost and being laughed at. All summer, I waited anxiously for any bit of information from my new school. When the first day of school arrived, I walked into the classroom uncomfortably, knowing every set of unfamiliar eyes was on me. Transitioning to middle school was hard enough. Transitioning to a new school where everybody already knows each other didn't help. And this wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part is knowing that I might have to do this again next year, knowing that all the relationships I'm attempting to build, all the unspoken rules I am trying to learn might be for nothing. That is really hard. My teachers are always talking about mental health this year. All I know is that my mental health would be a lot better if I hadn't had to make the switch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Our next speaker is Mike Heischman. And then we're going to invite Andrew Iliff and Erica Kuka, who are in our meeting, to testify as well. If you could please raise your hands. Mr. Heischman.
I think I did it right. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Wonderful. Mike Heischman, Dorchester, Beja. The big lie and the truth. Throughout our history, the big lie is that the United States is a democracy with liberty and justice for all. The ugly truth is that our country has always benefited white, wealthy males. Throughout its history, the BPS has mirrored the racist DNA of our nation. We always have operated a segregated school system. As the city has become more diverse, our language has improved. We hear calls for equity and excellence for all, and that the BPS is an anti-racist institution. The exam school admission policy approved on July 7th was a major anti-racist victory. The truth is, is that far fewer of our white deserving children will be entering the Boston Latin School. Some of them will be in danger of attending under-resourced schools. The big lie is that their places will be taken by undeserving and unqualified Black and brown students, and that the standards at these schools will be lowered. The truth is you can't have equity and excellence for all in a segregated system. Are you moving backwards? At your October 6th meeting, you talked about addressing the problems of busing. In the mid-1970s, I was actively involved in efforts to support school desegregation in Boston. Violent opposition to busing, Black children going to schools with white children, had showed the world how intensely racist our city was. In 2013, the school committee established a new and controversial admissions policy that led to more children going to neighborhood schools.
20 seconds.
As predicted by educational justice activists, this racist policy increased segregation and inequality. Many today still hold on to the big lie that our white children deserve better and that it's acceptable that most of our Black and brown children attend a seriously under-resourced schools. I am concerned that this new focus on busing in neighborhood schools will lead us to increased segregation and inequality. The truth is you can't have equity and excellence for all in segregated school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heischman. Our next speaker is Andrew Iliff.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we
My
can.
name is Andrew Iliff. I'm a parent at Boston Latin Academy and Mission Hill School, where I'm also a family representative on the school's governing board. This morning, probably like some of you, I walked my daughter to kindergarten through the tail end of the nor'easter. A big branch had fallen across the walkway to her class. Me and another parent worked together to clear it to make sure that classmates could get to school safely. That's the Mission Hill School I know and love. Be kind, work hard. And that's the school that I see being dismantled before our eyes by the district. This is the third time I'm testifying before the school committee, one of many Mission Hill parents to do so. You have my written testimony, my email address, my phone number, but honestly, I'm beginning to lose hope that we, the school community, can rely on the school committee to help us find a way to prevent the district from dismantling our school. As a new member of the governing board, I feel personally responsible for that failure. It keeps me awake at night. There must be more I can do. But due to a combination of policy and neglect, the district has essentially foreclosed every avenue open to us. For reasons that have not been made clear, the family council elections are taking place in a single hour on Zoom at a time that conflicts with this committee's meeting and when many parents will be working or caring for their children. The governing board election was repeatedly delayed and several parents, myself included, never even received a functional ballot. The district's appointed interim principal has declined to participate in the governing board in violation of the board's bylaws. The governing board has been unable to meet because we have no staff representatives, due in part to fear of retaliation from the district after the suspension of 4 of our teachers. We are therefore unable to exercise our responsibilities and our prerogatives over school assessment, curriculum, selection of the school lead, and other matters. This is a subversion of the democratic process by the district. I hold myself responsible for failing to uphold our school's principles and processes when it matters most. And I hold you, the Boston School Committee, jointly responsible for this failure. We have alerted you to our concerns when schools opened more than a month ago, but there has been no response, no communications, no inquiry, no assurances. My son learned about the practice of democracy in his 5 years at Mission Hill. Now he is learning that institutions are bigger than people and more powerful than principles, that they take care of themselves and not the people whose lives they shape. Shame on us all. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Erica Kuka.
Hi, my name is Erica Kuka. I am a resident of West Roxbury and I'm an educator in BPS and a proud BTU member. I'm here tonight testifying on behalf of the Ethnic Studies Committee because I have in recent months become involved in that work and been inspired by the folks who have been leading the charge before me. But in order to keep doing that work and also in order to uphold the district's own stated priority of racial justice and equity, teachers and ethnic studies educators really need a lot more support from the district. Right now, there's only one person who's been hired by the district to work on ethnic studies in the position of Sorry, I could hear someone else's voice. And also coordinating ethnic studies throughout the entire district. And while the district committed to ethnic studies as a priority in its strategic plan in January of 2020.
You hear me when you talk?
Yeah. Thanks. And approved a Mass Core graduation requirement of ethnic studies, there has only been commitment to funding for that one staff member in the entire district. A proposal for ESSER funding for ethnic studies was submitted 4 months ago, but that funding hasn't come through. And while other projects have actually been funded, ethnic studies has not been. We really need that ethnic studies funding as soon as possible so that we have the capacity to continue with this really, really important work. And even though BPS has publicly stated that they are committed to teaching ethnic studies, thus far, they haven't really provided any additional funding unless like really, really being pressed. So we really need the district to follow through on the promises that have been made for the future of ethnic studies in our district and for the students who really deserve access to that type of curriculum. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kuka. I see that Stuart Wang is connected to the meeting. Stuart will be our final speaker this evening. Mr. Wang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I was a little late from the work, but I really want to testify. I have been testifying for several times for this school committee meeting, but I think this might be the last one. So, hi, my name is Stuart Wang. I'm a parent 6th grader in West Roxbury. And today I'm strongly against the bonus point implementation in this year. The main reason is that first, this is not a fair policy. It will cause even A student in some tiers, like in West Roxbury, not be admitted, while some B students in other tiers can easily get into the exam school. The second reason is BPS was called out on hiding the 15 bonus points students in the data presented in the last meeting. So today, I will focus on the most critical reason, i.e. BPS continued to ignore the legal guardrails and disregard applicants. So as we know, the applicants are the only students impacted by the policy. However, the invitation should be proportional to the applicants, not to all the students in the K-12 grade. Because BPS and most committee members do not understand or accept this, the simulation showed that we will see the same wild disparity in admission rates by neighborhood that we saw with the zip code policy. For example, based on the simulation, 34% of applicants have access to exam school in West Roxbury. However, 89% of applicants will be accessed in Britain. So this proposed policy is unfair and do not have strong first-hand data to support the claim. Also, there will be no exam for 2022 school year due to the pandemic, so we cannot rush to bring the bonus point to implementation. Otherwise, this policy will caused a lot of the issue. So in addition, this proposed policy is against the merit-based concept in the long history of our education system. So that's why, yeah, I strongly oppose to the implementation. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chair Robinson, that concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is very important to us. Our first report this evening is a Build BPS update. At this time, I'd like to invite Nate Cooter, Chief Financial Officer, and Monica Roberts, BPS Chief of Student, Family and Communication Advancement, to please present their report.
Madam Chair, I have just a few comments and then I'll introduce them if that's okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I didn't continue to read the script because there are other names here. And then it says, first, I'd like to invite the superintendent to provide opening remarks. Sorry about that. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, early in my tenure, I announced 16 K-5 schools to go K-6 and announced Charlestown and East Boston as 712s. I've been looking forward to moving Build PPS forward after the pandemic, which really made it quite challenging for us to do some of this initial planning so that all of our students, can have excellent facilities and 21st century learning environments that I know, and we heard all of our parents this evening talk about. I'm excited today to give you an update on Build PPS. In May, we presented a formal recommendation to the school committee to take the next big step in the process, announced back in May, that proposed 9 new projects that include 4 major renovations and 5 new builds. It's been a while since we've been able to promise the community 21st century learning spaces throughout the city, and I'm anxious to get started. As a reminder, those projects include closing the Irving, Timothy, and Jackson Man. The Timothy, Edwards, and Irving and BCLA McCormick are major renovations. And there are 5 new builds: the Alston Brighton new build, which will be a pre-K 6, the Horace Mann School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Paris Street property that is in East Boston, and the new builds in Roxbury and Dorchester that we still need to identify. It's never easy having conversations across the city with multiple stakeholders, including parents, students, and educators. But it is extremely important to have all voices at the forefront of these discussions. And we look forward to getting on track with quarterly reports, which Chief Cooter will announce today on how our schedule of engagement will be moving forward, and how that will help us solidify our pathways for all parents. I know they're very anxious for all these pathways, and then announce the further engagement so that we can fully round out our facility improvement plan that everyone wants to see. When is your school on next? And how the racial equity planning tool is applied, and how we can transparently share that with the community on our BPS website so that it's available for all to see, so that we can ensure that both equity, opportunity, and fairness is applied for all of our students and families. We have worked with, and I have been involved in several meetings with the staff at the affected schools, the Jackson Man, the Irving, and the Timothy. We have put in additional support for those schools and have spoken with the staff at the school about those supports, as well as our parents and families about the support that we're going to put in. And Chief Cooter will elaborate on some of that support that we're going to do with the affected schools. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Cooter to give you an update on Build PPS. We look forward to the future engagement with our school communities prior to bringing this to a vote to the full school committee sometime in the next week or 2 weeks, the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And good evening, Chairperson Robinson and members of the school committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come this evening and present on Build BPS and update you on the progress we've made since I last presented in May. To prepare for this evening's presentation, I revisited some of the presentations and commitments we've made over the last few years. In particular, I went back to a presentation from the beginning of the Bill BPS grade reconfiguration process. At that time, in 2019, there were 37 K through 5 elementary schools and only one K-6 school in BPS. Next year, after the successful implementation of tonight's proposal, there will be 30 K-6 elementary schools and only 9 remaining K-5s. This means that we've been rapidly expanding access to predictable pathways. In 2019, only 46% of elementary school students were in a K-8 school, then the only schools offering a single transition from preschool to high school graduation. As of next year, 83% of our elementary school students will be in a single transition pathway, either a K-8 feeding a 9 through 12 high school or a K-6 feeding a 7 through 12 high school. We have more work to do. While some of our remaining K-5s also have pathways to 6 through 12 high schools, meaning that they also have single transition pathways, we have not yet completed our work. But tonight's presentation represents substantial progress towards achieving our goals. When I presented most recently in May, I highlighted the need for us to be more honest in our conversation about school buildings. There's been a lack of long-term planning, vision, and understanding the impact our school facilities have on student success. And while tonight's presentation focuses on several tough decisions to close beloved school communities, we are making these changes to move the district closer to our vision for what all of our kids deserve: high-quality schools and educational experiences. I said this in May, and I still know this to be true. Tonight's final proposal will make substantial progress to get us there. Our vision for schools has 3 organizing themes: equitable access and breaking the structural barriers keeping our students from excellent schools; excellent school buildings, ensuring every student attends school in modern buildings that promote learning and conveys respect; and predictability and transparency, restoring the trust by being honest with how we work and what we plan to do. For each part of our vision, we presented our focused areas, the key levers we believe will ultimately lead to more equitable access for students. The focus areas we believe will ultimately lead to equitable academic access is to create predictable pathways, expand access to high quality pre-K, and graduate students ready for career, college, and life by reimagining the secondary school experience. We believe that ultimately we need to lead to more excellent school buildings, which will be balancing the capacity and boosting the student experience by matching enrollment and physical space. The second action is to launch a cycle of new school buildings that will phase out all of our buildings older than 50 years old. And finally, our students cannot wait 50 years for high quality buildings, so we must be continuously upgrading our facilities to 21st century learning spaces.
Nate, can I just remind you to slow down? There's been a request to just pace yourself.
I apologize, right on track with slide 2 for me to get that reminder. So, and then the final area is predictability and transparency. We're working to create a more predictable process in our facilities master planning. This is in particular in response to critical feedback we've received from the community equity roundtables. And we continue to work for predictability and transparency with some important announcements tonight. This fiscal year, Bill BPS, our facilities and capital plan, is investing almost $160 million in our school buildings. This includes the 9 major projects that the superintendent mentioned already. And for those communities not impacted by major projects, there's $78 million in capital investments and district-wide initiatives improving all of our school buildings and learning environments. We'll be back in December to provide you with a full update on the progress of our capital plan, work that is happening every day. One highlight that happened this morning, and the superintendent highlighted in her opening remarks this evening, is that the MSBA, Mass School Building Authority, approved 4 accelerated repair projects at the Boston Day and Evening Academy, the Hernandez K-8 school, the Henderson Upper School, and the Russell in Dorchester. We know that there are several other Build BPS projects the community is eager to hear about and get an updated progress on. But we're hoping tonight to focus this presentation on projects that will have impacts beginning next school year. Tonight's update is limited in scope and focused on the critical updates and projects that will impact student assignment. We're proposing several changes to school configurations, including K-6 expansions and a 7-12 expansion at high school. We're also updating school locations. And finally, of course, there is a proposal for 3 school closures. All of these changes have significant impact on family choice for next fall. So we're presenting tonight to ensure that we're updating families well in advance of school registration and assignment, which begins after the first of the year. Before diving into the focus of tonight's presentation, I wanted to propose an annual cycle of Build BPS announcements, updates, and eventually votes. One of our commitments in May was to create an annual Build BPS capital budget hearing schedule. With hundreds of projects in this year's capital budget, and nearly every community asking where they are in the long-term planning, there's no easy way to provide meaningful updates in a single presentation. Instead, we are proposing 4 updates each year, with each one focused on a different phase of the process. Tonight actually represents the last of the 4 phases. We're at the vote stage for those projects that are ready for school committee decision. We will be back in 6 weeks in mid-December to provide you with updates on the overall capital budget. This is when you'll hear about a number of projects not discussed tonight, including Madison Park, engagement planning for the 2 remaining middle schools, and an update on K-6 new school buildings. At that time, we'll also provide a proposed framework for our proposals for the next capital budget. We'll prioritize capital spending and what major projects, like the McKinley School, will be part of the next round of major projects. This is similar to what we do with the operating budget, where I come to you in December with a budget update, letting you know how we closed out last fiscal year, how we're doing on this fiscal year, and giving you a preview of our major investment areas for the following fiscal year. We're looking to replicate some of that transparency and predictability in our capital budget process. Our hope is that the annual cycle helps families and communities participate more fully in the process, allowing them to advocate better for their schools. You'll also notice on this that we're planning to attend community equity roundtables aligned to each school committee update. Our hope is that we foster equity-driven conversations within our community members and our partners. By this time next year, our goal is that it is obvious to everyone how we make our decisions based on the racial equity planning tool, and how the racial equity planning tool is our process for all capital decisions. Reimagining our district challenges and opportunities to better serve our historically excluded students. We'll continue to refine this approach in partnership with the Division of Equity, Strategy, and Opportunity Gaps. And all our projects will proceed for implementation. The ones that we're proposing and moving forward now have all been informed by the racial equity planning tool process. On October 15th, I presented to the Community Equity Roundtable. Before and after that presentation, the team and I have received several and have had several conversations with those in the community and received some important feedback. At the Community Equity Roundtable, I recognize that some of our shortcomings that we need to do better. One, we are not doing enough to acknowledge the past. We need our strategy to incorporate lessons learned from decisions that have been made both in our recent past, like the West Roxbury Education Complex closure, and the harm that was caused decades before that led to some of these negative outcomes. We're not doing enough to build community around Build BPS. I don't think we're doing enough to share our strategy and examine with you the assumptions on which this strategy is based. You are asking for greater transparency, and it's our responsibility to deliver on that. Finally, and most importantly, we need to deliver on high-quality projects that benefit Black, Latinx, English learner, and special education students, period. This also means we need to be honest about our unfulfilled promises But at the end of the day, we need to stop telling you what we want to do or what we plan to do, and we need to do it. In tonight's presentation, we'll be showing you more details around our thinking and how we plan to move forward in engagement with these decisions. The Bill BPS strategic plan commitment number 3 is to amplify all voices. Over the last 15 months, we've held 14 meetings with nearly 800 community members. This is in addition to the the October 15th Community Equity Roundtable that I just referenced, and of course, school committee meetings with you all. A critical step in both the community conversation and the racial equity planning tool asks us to consider and discuss with those affected by our decisions the racial equity strategies, how our proposal mitigates disparities and increases equity, particularly racial equity, and what are the unintended consequences and our strategies for dealing with that. The strategies listed on this slide were created in response to the community conversations that we listed on the prior slide. With that, I'll dive into the key proposals and decisions being announced tonight. The first section is on school reconfigurations. We are requesting that the school committee vote on 3 school closures: the closure of the Jackson Mann K-8 school, the Washington Irving Middle School in Roslindale, and the Timothy Middle School in Roxbury. All of these closures are being proposed for the end of this school year and will be voted on in the school committee meeting on November 17th. So our proposal is not to vote this evening, but to request that you consider the vote at the next school committee meeting. You'll note that we announced these school closures formally last May. One of the people in public comment noted that in a past misstep of Bill BPS and really of the district is to announce school closures very late with a short window to engage. Our goal is to announce all of these changes with plenty of time for us to engage and hear from the community. These school closures and changes were announced in May for formal discussion in the spring and summer, and then this fall. What we're talking about is all of our major announcements like this to come in that December timeframe, where we'll launch the community engagement so that when we come to you with formal proposals, it's done after extensive community engagement. This is, of course, a multi-year effort to phase out our standalone middle school. At the start of this process, we had 6 standalone middle schools. Once the school committee votes on the final closure of the Timothy and the Irving, there will be only 2 remaining middle schools. Up Academy Boston, which will continue to serve grades 6 through 8 through at least the school year 22-23. And then the Frederick Pilot Middle School, which will continue to serve grades 6 through 8 and be the swing site for the Carter School through at least school year 23-24. We'll come back and talk about the engagement schedule for those schools, but it's important to note that there's no proposal for next school year for those changes. Recognizing that many students will now go through an unplanned transition, the district is putting in place a number of additional supports to help students, families, and staff through this transition. Students in all other grades will be given a priority for the student assignment process. This means that during the student assignment lottery, these students will have first access to available seats at the schools they selected over and above any students except for siblings. This is for students who are currently in grades 6 and 7 who would not normally go through transition at the end of the year. Those students who are currently in 8th grade at middle schools would be entering the school choice process as they would in any other year. The choice process, of course, begins at different times depending on the grade that the student is in. So we're providing transition coordinators at each of the schools to help families navigate it so that they understand fully their choices and understand the timing of the school choice process so they're able to take advantage of the available options. As I mentioned, we're hiring transition coordinators for each of these schools. These will be staff for each individual school community to work with families. We're also having the Welcome Centers host satellite offices, pop-up centers to support families with the transfer and registration process. The idea here is that we're providing supports directly in schools, working with the school staffs so that parents and families get extra support, knowing that this is a disruption to their pathway. Our goal for all of these students in 6th and 7th grade at the middle schools is to give them the opportunity to enroll in schools, either in a 6 through 12 school or a 7 through 12 school, so that this will be the last transition that they need to go through before graduating from high school. While we can't avoid this disruption while reconfiguring the schools, we can ensure that this is the last choice that families have to make before they graduate and either enter college or go on to career. While our planning has, of course, focused on students and making sure that they end up into their next school community with as much support as possible, we're also offering a lot of support to our employees. Our Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity has been leading the supports for families, including exclusive events for all teachers, hiring supports, and priority access to recruitment events, workshops, including cover letter writing, resume workshops, demo lesson preparation, a lot of effort to make sure that they have what they need to obtain another teaching position within BPS. And of course, we can't talk about the closure of this school community without talking about what's next for the school building. It's important to note that our plan is to use both school buildings for a future Boston public school. We don't have plans to sell off these properties. There's no plans to turn them over to charter schools. This reconfiguration effort is for the benefit of our Boston public schools. For the Timilty Middle School, there is no definitive proposal for the school building yet. This building could be used as a K-6, 7 through 12, or swing space. We will be launching a community process over the coming months to determine which schools or school communities will be using it and what the future use of the Timilty will be. For the Irving Middle School, the proposal is slightly different. We are planning to repurpose this as a K-6 school, which will serve as a permanent solution for one or more of the Roslindale elementary schools. Tonight, we are proposing a K-6 expansion for all of the all of the elementary schools in Roslindale, except for the Sumner. Those are temporary solutions until this new building will open as a renovated K-6 school, at which point we will be working to identify which of the elementary schools will move into this building and how we will use the buildings that they're currently in for future use of the other schools in the neighborhood. This is, of course, meant to be the start of a community process to explicitly talk about that. There's been no decisions made yet about which elementary schools will move into the building or move buildings after that. The next portion of the presentation is around K-6 expansion, something we've already heard a lot about from our public commentators. When we were looking at the K-6 expansion, we really tried to identify 4 main areas of impact. The first is we wanted to look at those schools that were affected by school closures. We wanted to look first at the schools that had a feeder pattern to the middle schools that are closing so that we could address the disruption to their pathway. The second is that we needed to assess the buildings for capacity for expansion. This includes whether and how you might reuse core classroom space, or how enrollment declines at a particular school may have left available classrooms through consolidated grades or programs. The third area that we looked at is whether or not they had an expandable lot. We looked at the physical space around the school building to assess whether or not we could add a modular building as a temporary solution. And then finally, if we were unable to solve the challenge, we looked for how we would find temporary or less than ideal solutions and come to the school communities with proposals for how we might change their feeder patterns or how we might address the disruption to the guaranteed pathway that they received. You may recall in the phase 2 plan, we presented this map of Boston and identified key areas where we needed to expand elementary space. The 2 green dots represented places where we, at the time, we needed to expand elementary schools in order to deal with enrollment. The blue dots represented areas where we knew we needed to build buildings in order to address K-6 expansion at schools. We knew that there were schools like the Mendel, the Sumner, and the Blackstone who couldn't go to K-6, couldn't add a 6th grade in their current space. We have proposed new builds to be able to address this, but these of course take time. Of course, with the middle school closures, those are faster possibilities for addressing enrollment challenges and addressing some of these solutions. But again, they're not available for the fall when the middle schools will close. Heard a lot tonight about some of the schools that are the feeders. This map represents the large dot on the left, the pink dot represents the Timilty Middle School, and the 2 lines are the 2 schools that currently feed the Timilty Middle School, the Blackstone Elementary School in the South End and the Mendel Elementary School in Roxbury. On the right, the big red dot represents the Washington Irving Middle School in Roslindale. And the 6 schools that currently feed that middle school are the Mozart, Bates, Philbrick, Chittick, Grew, and Sumner. I want to note, though, that when we look at the last 3 years, an average of 20 students from the Blackstone and 17 Sumner students enrolled in their guaranteed pathway school. Pathways have been the thing that parents asked for, but have not really used. In the last 3 years, only about 20% of students at the sending schools have even used the pathway. That's part of the reason that you're not seeing a proposal to automatically change the pathway for these schools. What we want to do is have a conversation with these school communities to find out how are they really navigating the system and what support is going to be best for them. This grid represents, in this 2x2, each of the columns represent schools that have space to add a 6th grade, either in their lot by expanding a modular or within their building to reuse existing classroom space. That's the column of schools in the 2 boxes on the right side, the green side of this chart. On the left side, in the blue, are schools that do not have space in their current facility to either add a modular or reuse classroom space. The top row represents those schools impacted by middle school closure. Those are the schools that we needed to address critically because we're making changes to their guaranteed pathway proposed tonight. The bottom row represents those schools that are not impacted by middle school closures. Those schools that we have more time before there's a disruption in their pathway. You'll notice in the lower right, we're expanding 6 elementary schools to add 6th grade that are not part of this middle school reconfiguration. These are schools that we are able to identify space, both because of changes in their enrollment and other factors, and expand them to 6th grade and give those families the predictable pathway. The upper right, the Mozart, Philbrick, Bates, Chittick, and Grew all represent schools that have feeder patterns, in this case, all to the Irving Middle School, that are being disrupted and will be replaced by the 6th grade. And of course, the 3 schools, the Blackstone, Mendel, and Sumner, are those where we were unable to find solutions for a 6th grade for this fall. For those schools, due to the space limitations, we're not able to add that 6th grade for fall of 2022. We are pursuing 2 options for school year 22-23. The first is we could provide a guaranteed pathway to a different school. For each of these school communities, we've identified a school that could serve their students, all of their students in both special education, English learner programs, and their general education students. For the Mendel, that would represent changing their feeder pattern to Tech Boston Academy, where their current inclusion students already have a feeder pattern. For the Blackstone, we would change their feeder pattern to the Frederick Middle School. This is driven primarily by their multiple disabilities program to ensure that they have a pathway with other students in their school. And for the Sumner, it would represent the Tech Boston Academy, the 6 through 12 school in Dorchester that matches to their program needs. Of course, we would also look at the option of giving families a priority during student assignment lottery. As I mentioned before, only 20% of families are taking up their pathway, their guaranteed pathway, which means that 80% of families, when they leave the school in 5th grade, are looking for assignment at another school. The priority would give them assignment preference over other students exiting K-8s or other schools who don't have a disruption at the end of 5th grade. So,
Excuse me, Nate, you're being asked to slow down again.
okay, thank you. Our proposal is to take these options to the community over the next few weeks and have a conversation with them about which they prefer, and then make a change with the school to make sure these solutions are in place. So all of these 3 school communities will either have a guaranteed feeder pattern for next fall, or will have an assignment preference for next fall, giving them first access to 6 through 12 opportunities or other opportunities in 6th grades at either 6th or 8th or K-8 schools. We wanted to make sure everyone is aware that the school leaders are hosting the following community meetings in partnership with the Build BPS team. The next one will be for the Mendel School community on Thursday, November 4th at 6 to 7. The Blackstone community meeting will be November 9th, and the Sumner community meeting will be November 18th. Again, we're planning to host these meetings with plenty of time to provide families clear options before school choice happens in January. The next thing I wanted to talk about is 7 through 12 expansions. And I wanted to talk about some of the challenges. When we look at a middle school and we talk about taking the middle school offline, there are 2 sets of students for which we need to be concerned. The first, of course, are the students who are exiting K-5 schools who would have enrolled in those middle schools next year. That's the disruption in the pathways that I just discussed. The second group of students are both the students who are at the school, most critically, being able to offer options for current Irving and Timilty students, and those students who would have gone through that pathway and exited the K-6 schools that are now no longer feeding. We need to make sure that we have enough space to serve our students. With the closure of these 3 schools, including the Jackson Man, the Timilty, and the Irving, we know there's a need to add more 7th and 8th grade seats in order to guarantee all of the families that are being disrupted by closure the option of moving into a 6 through 12 or 7 through 12 school next year. That means that for all the students who are experiencing school closure, they have the option in the students who are experiencing school closure who are currently in 6th or 7th grade, they have the option of moving only one more time before graduating. For general education students, there are roughly 90 students in each grade, 180 across the 2 grades where we need to find placement. We estimate based on current enrollment that about 45 of those students in grade 7 and 30 of the students in grade 8 would be able to enroll in our current capacity. So we have current capacity in 6 through 12s and 7 through 12s to accommodate some of these students. This basically shows that we need to add somewhere around 45 seats per grade in order to accommodate the students who are being disrupted. The second is English learners. We looked at the enrollment in English learners in 7th and 8th grade, and the current, 6th and 7th grade, that we found that there's enough space in existing English learner programs to be able to accommodate those students. As we've discussed in other settings, enrollment around English learners has declined pretty significantly over the last few years, so we feel like there's space within programs to be able to accommodate them. And then finally, and most critically, we look at special education programs. There are 9 grade 6 students and 18 grade 7 students in inclusion seats. Serving them in 6 through 12 or 7 through 12 high schools will likely require the expansion of inclusive opportunities in those high schools. And then finally, the Irving Middle School represents the only middle school program for EI, emotional impairment internalizing. This is a substantially separate program for students who have severe emotional disturbances, particularly around self-injurious behavior and high levels of anxiety. So they're currently served only at the Irving Middle School, which this is a critical program for us to be able to identify a future site. When evaluating our options, similar to what we did in looking at the K-6 schools, we identified 4 key areas that we looked at, 4 factors. The first is program alignment with the Timothy, Irving, and Jackson Man. Addressing the pathways disrupted by school closure is our first priority. We want to ensure that there's most importantly a programmatic match, as I mentioned in this case, focusing most acutely on the EI internalizing program, but also looking at the geographic proximity to the students who are being disrupted. As we did in prior school closures with the McCormick and with the Edwards, we look to pair our expansion of 7 through 12 with the geographic area of the students where they live. This, of course, leads us to assess the space for schools and look at the high schools that have space to add 7th and 8th grade with no or minor changes to programming and or their facility. We wanted to look at the impact on the schools currently serving 7th and 8th grade, rapid expansion of 7th and 8th grade capacity, including expanding multiple schools to 7th and 8th grade without making the difficult decisions around where capacity comes offline, is a recipe for making schools under-enrolled and making programs suffer. We learned this most recently with the expansion of New Mission several years ago, prior to Superintendent Caselius arriving in Boston. The New Mission school was expanded to 7th and 8th grade without any capacity being taken offline, either from our middle schools or our K-8s. The result was declining enrollment in some of our schools that were popular and further exacerbating the enrollment declines in our middle schools. And finally, we need to be thinking about planning for our schools currently serving grades 9 through 12 and the implications for those schools without space. We want to be very explicit about what this means in the context of our current planning. The program alignment is listed in the first column. These are the programs the current programming needs of students enrolled in the Timothy Irving. The emotional impairment internalizing, which I've mentioned, students in specific learning disability programs, one that we have in many of our 6 through 12 and 7 through 12s, and one that we're already expanding at Tech Boston and New Mission. Inclusion programs, SEI Spanish, and then of course, general education. The next column are the schools with space to expand. These are the schools that we had evaluated and could expand 7th and 8th grade in some way in their current building. For the impact on currently serving 7th and 8th grade schools, we looked at the K-8s in the area and the middle schools. This is where we were in particular making sure that any expansion of 7 through 12 matches the needs of the enrollment, but doesn't create excess capacity as a district. And of course, we have a number of schools that are currently serving 6th and 7th grade that are listed here. And then finally, we have a number of schools that we know cannot expand 7th and 8th grade. Some of these schools are communities that we have long talked about expanding and would love to expand to 7th and 8th grade. We need to address this. We need to have a long-term high school redesign plan, but we don't have that ready for this time. And so we're moving in a direction to expand to meet the needs of the current school closure. The result of this analysis is that we've decided that we will be adding 7th and 8th grades to the English high school for fall of 22. This provides a clear pathway for students while minimizing the disruption to other school communities. The size of the middle school program that we are adding at the English matches the amount of extra capacity we believe we need to guarantee all students a 7 through 12 or a 6 through 12 seat. It's also important to note that the English high school is one of 3 high schools currently serving students in the emotional impairment internalizing program. The other 2 are Snowden, which does not have space, and English High School, East Boston High School, which both is across the city and has current plans for expanding 7th and 8th grade already, and does not have space to take on the additional needs of this program. Of course, to determine the next round of 7 through 12, we need to do continuous engagement. We've talked about amplifying all voices, and we know that we need to talk more about what we're going to do to reform high schools and redesign our programs overall. The superintendent has talked multiple times about creating a portfolio and making sure we're intentional about what schools are operating, which programs, and how we serve our students across the city. To do that, we're going to be launching community engagement focused on individual meetings with the 9 through 12s with space. This, of course, includes English and the plans to expand 7th and 8th grade, but also includes community-based programs with community-based engagement with Brighton, Burke High School in Dorchester, Excel High School in South Boston, and the Community Academy of Science and Health, CASH, which is also in Dorchester. Those will be joint community meetings with schools organized by category. So we know that if you're talking about Burke, you need to be talking to the Frederick Middle School. We need to be talking about the K-8s like Trotter and the King that are in the area. We also need to be talking to and having conversations with members of the community for non-exam 6 and 7 through 12s in the area to make sure that we're doing a coordinated approach that balances the overall capacity at our schools with demand. And then, of course, we need to have a conversation with the 9 through 12s that don't have space to expand. We want to make sure that our mixed portfolio approach is intentional and is not just simply an accident of what building schools are in now and how we were able to make changes over a current year. The final thing I want to talk about when it comes to 7 through 12 expansion is, of course, our K-8s. We know that our K-8s don't currently offer the same experience in 7th and 8th grade that you'd be able to get either in a 7 through 12 high school, or that they're even offering in their K-6 space, pre-K-6 space. We should consider removing underutilized and small 7th and 8th grade programs at our K-8 schools to free up classrooms. This will allow us to strengthen programming in special education, create more space for things like art and music, the things that the superintendent is going to be investing in the FY23 budget. And also, we've talked about the need for therapeutic support spaces and other spaces to be able to provide ESL services, counseling, those spaces that we don't have in our schools, all of those extra spaces that have been taken up with K-8 expansions. What we know about K-8s is the same thing about pathways. There's something that parents ask for in K1, ask for in K2, but don't actually take up when they move from 6th grade to 7th grade. We don't see that students are remaining in the school in the K-8s, and so we have a vastly different offering and a vastly different educational experience. This is an important community conversation that we need to have, and it needs to be a consideration when we start talking about 7 through 12 expansions. The other thing to note is this will help us fulfill our commitment for universal K1 and expand access to high quality early childhood programs K0 to K2. The superintendent always corrects me whenever I say we're talking about K6 to say we're talking about pre-K through 6 for across the district, making sure that all students, all families have access to these high quality programs. Final update for this evening is on school temporary relocation and swing space. We wanted to come back and talk to you about some of the conversations and give you an update about some of the things you've heard people testify about and ask you about as a committee for several months. I also want to take a note to reflect on comments we heard at the Community Equity Roundtable around what swing space signals to our community. It was said to me or to the group that swing space signals that we intend to keep our school communities together. That by not having swing space available in our district, that we're signaling to the community that if anything goes wrong with their building, that we'll have to close them and disrupt their community because we haven't done the foresight and planning. Our goal is to, over the next few years, create available swing space throughout the city. Some of this may come from some of the middle school closures or relocating of K-6, K-5 schools into those K-6 renovated buildings, renovated middle schools. Some of it also comes from decisions we're making to end leases with charter schools, to get our buildings back and make them available to us as a district to do this strategic planning. We want to signal to our communities the truth, which is that we plan to keep our school communities together and build off of the strength of the communities we have, and not be in a position that we're in now with the Jackson Man School, the Horace Mann School, and some of the other school communities that are struggling to find a place to be able to educate their students next school year. When we look to find swing space in our district and evaluate possibilities, we have an internal team assess our current building portfolio to look at the building space, to understand the educational program fit, to understand what assets are available in the building, what the condition of the assets are, and how they might fit to an individual school community. This is not a simple calculation. This is at best a Rubik's Cube of different considerations, both in terms of what the community wants to see from their school and what we have available to offer. I'm going to steal a quote from Mark O'Connor, the principal of the Carter School, when we were talking about swing space. And he said, of course, we have to make compromises for swing space. If we weren't making compromises for swing space, it would just be our new home. And so unfortunately, in some of these places, we're trying to find the right space temporarily, as we did with the Boston Arts Academy, so that we can end up with a new building project for them and end up with them in their new highly renovated building or new building. The three key updates that we wanted to provide this evening is the Carter School. I mentioned this earlier. The Carter School will be moving to the Frederick Middle School for fall 22 while their school is in construction. The design work is being finalized and we anticipate beginning construction on their new school building, state-of-the-art school for students with severe physical and health issues. That building will be built on their current site, thus creating the need. As I mentioned, the need for swing space. As I mentioned at the start, part of the decision to move them into the Frederick Middle School has to do with available space in that building. The fact that the building is ADA compliant already, and we will then continue to operate the Frederick Middle School for the 2 years while we do planning for the future use of that building and the future of that school community. The Edward M. Kennedy Health Careers Academy is another school that we've heard a lot from. And of course, it's been a critical issue trying to find them a new location. They are currently located in the Endicott School on Blue Hill Ave, and they will be there through June of 2022. We have signed a letter of intent to relocate the school to a new property on 384 Warren Street. This is the former home of a charter school that we will do some upgrades to get it ready. A lease agreement will be signed in the coming weeks, but we wanted to let you know that that is an opportunity for us to keep them there for up to 5 years as we do the future planning for that school. And then finally, a school community that we've worked with extensively over the last 2 years, the Horace Mann School. As many of you know, we will be moving the Horace Mann School into the Edwards Middle School for school year 22-23. This is, they will stay in their current building, they will stay in their current building for 1 more year beyond this year. So in 22-23, they will stay in their current school, and they will be moving into the swing space the following year after extensive renovations have been done, upgrading a number of the building infrastructure systems and expanding ADA compliance. This is at the same time, we'll be working with the Charlestown community to plan the future use of the Edwards School once the Horace Mann moves into their permanent school building, a new state-of-the-art facility for students who are deaf and hard of hearing. That is a project that we have submitted to the Mass School Building Authority, and we're waiting to hear if we are accepted into their core building program. So we're excited about that project and
Nate,
our—
Nate, can I interrupt just a quick minute?
Sure.
I think the dates on the Horseman say 22, 23. And the Horseman will need to be there another additional year, correct?
Yes, I do apologize. That is a typo on this slide. The Horseman will stay in their current school building in the Jackson Man building for school year 22-23, which is next school year. And we will work to move them into the renovated Edwards building for school year 23-24. Thank you for catching that, Superintendent.
So just want to make sure with the audience and the listening audience, because, you know, things can sometimes go quickly, that this was a typo.
With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chairperson Robinson, and to the committee for your questions. I know I presented a lot of information. I'm sure you have many questions. I look forward to answering them.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Cooter. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Please raise your hand in Zoom. There are only a few of us, so we need to have everybody participate. Thank you. We'll start with Ms. LaPera.
I think Ms. Polanco was first. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We saw them both at the same time. Sorry. Ms. Polanco.
Gracias. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you, Superintendente, por el informe que han presentado para nosotros hoy.
Thank you very much, Madam Superintendent, for the report that has been presented to us today.
Me llamó mucho la atención el hecho de que el informe tiene 3 características fundamentales de la actualización del proyecto.
It caught my attention that the project has 3 main categories as it relates to the update of the project itself.
Habla de acceso equitativo, edificios excelentes y previsibilidad y transparencia.
So it is talking about the previsibility, the transparency as well, the equal access, and the preparedness of the buildings themselves as well.
Eso es importante tenerlo bien presente siempre.
It is very important to have this very present at all times.
Valoro mucho la expansión de sexto grado.
I do appreciate and value very much the 6th grade expansion.
Normalmente los estudiantes pasan por una transición fuerte cuando tienen que pasar. Personalmente, mi hijo que pasó de 5º a 6º grado es una transición difícil a veces.
So typically it is a very difficult transition for the kids that go from the 5th grade to the 6th grade. That was the case with my son in particular.
Conozco 2 familias que en estos momentos están atravesando situaciones bien difíciles, están recibiendo apoyo socioemocional porque los niños no quieren ir a la escuela, han pasado de 5º a 6º grado.
I do have, actually, I know 2 families that the kids are getting some socio-emotional support, considering the kids' transition right now at the moment from the 5th to the 6th grade. I know that case of 2 families.
Entonces, me preocupa mucho el hecho de que no estén incluidas la escuela Blaston, la Sumner y la escuela Mendel.
So it is very concerning to me the fact that these 3 particular schools are not included. We're talking about the Blackstone School, talking about the Sumner School, and talking about the Mendel School are not contemplated as part of this plan.
Yo pensando en estos niños que si no logran la expansión de sus escuelas, entonces ellos van a tener doble transición, aun cuando tengan la oportunidad de poder tener un privilegio de opción.
So thinking about this transition, if they're not able to achieve that, it will be like having a double expansion pretty much, even though if they have double options or 2 options here.
Yo pienso que debemos abrir conversaciones, debemos seguir pensando que estas escuelas no deberían ser excluidas de la expansión de sexto grado.
It is just a matter of continuing having these conversations. We have to open up to these conversations, and these schools have to be potentially included and not excluded from this.
El distrito ha tenido años para hacer un plan para los niños de quinto grado.
The district had years and years to formulate a plan for the 5th grade students.
Entonces me llama poderosísimamente la atención que la escuela Sumner es una escuela con niños de color y aprendices del idioma inglés.
It caught my attention that the Sumner School is made of kids of color and English learners as well.
La Mendel es una escuela de inclusión y con muchos niños que tienen IEP.
Mendo, we have to consider it's an inclusion school and with many kids that have individualized education plans, which are IEPs.
Y la Blaston es una escuela que más del 60% es una comunidad latina.
We have to consider as well the demographics of the Blackstone School. More than 60% of the student population is of Latin origin.
Entonces, si nos damos cuenta, estas tres escuelas que no están dentro de las que van a ser expandidas, tienen como un común denominador que nos lleva a pensar entonces, si nosotros tenemos tres características fundamentales que son la equidad, edificios excelentes y provisiones y transparencia, me lleva a pensar que estas tres escuelas tienen características similares de pobreza y de población de color.
We have to consider that there is a common denominator among these three schools. When we're talking about equity, we're talking about the excellence of the buildings themselves. We're talking about the provisions. We're talking about transparency. There is some common denominator here in the fact that the schools are not being included as well, the Blackstone, the Sumner, and the Mendel School.
Por eso yo pienso que debemos abrir, ¿verdad? Abrir a conversaciones, a ver cómo podemos nosotros ayudar a pensar en el bienestar de estos niños, que estos niños no tengan que pasar por doble transición, sino que estos niños también que están en esta escuela, pensemos en ellos, en las familias de esta escuela.
So we have to open up conversations. We have to have a conversation. We do have to keep in mind that we have to think about the well-being of these children, that they would not have a double transition, to put it that way. We have to think about their families as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Polanco Garcia. I will have Nate respond to where the students will go, just to, again, be very clear about the one transition for these students who are in grades 7 and 8. And so that everybody understands that piece. But I also want you to know that the reason we're going to do this open engagement process and why we brought these ideas forward was to get the community's input and ideas. Certainly, if I could have made every K5 a K6 and they had a piece of land where we could put that portable on and it could match all of the students, we would have done it. And so, but if there are great ideas as we engage, we'll certainly listen to those and listen to the community over these next several weeks. Nate, could you please speak to, again, just the number of students who need to move into these positions and your analysis and the team's analysis on the spots already in the existing K612s and the existing 712s, so that the students do not have to transition a second time.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. A lot of really important things raised here in those comments, so happy to address them. The first is for the students who are being disrupted by the closures at the Irving, Timilty, those students who definitely disproportionately Black and Latinx relative to the district as a whole. In order to make sure that this disruption is the last time they're required to change schools, we needed to expand about 45 seats of general education seats in 7th and 8th grade. The remaining students who are enrolled, we have estimated that we have enough seats in our 6 through 12 and 7 through 12 schools to ensure that they have the opportunity to enroll in those schools. So we will work with them in the school choice process. Those families will get a priority. So they will be placed into the 6 through 12 and 7 through 12 schools based on their choice process first. And so what we also wanted to make sure is that we were not then displacing students who were exiting other K-6 schools and crowding them out of that pathway. So that's also part of our rationale. You're right to flag the needs, the social emotional needs of students and the critical role that these transitions played for these students. What the research has shown is that transitioning multiple times between grades 5 and 9 is incredibly disruptive to the academic performance of students. The research is less conclusive about whether or not we should transition students after 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. But it's pretty clear that multiple transitions in that period is detrimental. We want to make sure that we're doing more to support the kids after the transition. The superintendent has already invested in family liaisons. She's invested in school social workers. We've also, for these 3 schools in particular, have added transition coordinators, all additional resources to make sure these students have the support they need this year, and then also have support in their receiving schools to make sure that they are welcomed into their new community and set up for success going forward. I also want to note that while the 2 schools that you mentioned, the 3 schools that you mentioned, you're right about the profile of the students. And I think we should absolutely be having a very explicit and transparent conversation about the racial implications of transitioning different schools, the racial dynamics of those schools. But I also want to note that this proposal includes the expansion of the Ellis Elementary School, the Holmes Elementary School, the Grew and Shattuck Elementary Schools. These are schools that are served disproportionately Black and Latinx students as well. So we are coupling the expansions of these schools to make sure that more of our students of color have access to this K-6, 7 to 12 pathway. It is unfortunate that the Mendel and the Blackstone are 2 schools that we cannot add a 6th grade to. And there is a real question about the timing of why we're causing this disruption to the pathway. The honest answer is because we know that the quality of the middle school experience has been declining. And I'm the CFO, so it's important for me to note this is not about the funding. We could continue to fund more teachers and more programs at these middle schools. The reality is that families are navigating away from these schools. I mentioned the feeder pattern numbers already. Only 20% of the students from the Sumner are going to the Irving. Only, I think, 17 or 20 students, I have the numbers, I should pull it up, from the Blackstone are enrolling in the Timothy. It means families are not taking this pathway on. And so the combination of our need to create a rapidly better experience for students in middle school and the lack of a pathway, people taking the pathway, created this sense of urgency from the superintendent to phase out our standalone middle schools and get us to the place where we have a clear pathway so we can focus on the real work, which is academic improvement, which is academic focus and supporting students in their new school community. I know this was a long answer. I appreciate a lot of the points that you made, and I wanted to make sure we talked about each of the different points. Oh, the last thing the superintendent just asked me to emphasize, and I think I almost forgot. For each of the school communities where we are not able to add a 6th grade, for those 3 school communities, we have an option to create a new feeder pattern for each of them. The other option that we can do is give them an assignment priority so that they have first choice in the assignment system after siblings. This is a legitimate trade-off that we thought we wanted to engage in. In the interest of amplifying voices, we wanted to hear from the families to say, we prefer option 1 or option 2. We know, of course, they're going to come back and say option number 1 for them, probably options number 1, 2, and 3 are a 6th grade at their school. Unfortunately, we have vetted that proposal. We are unable to do that for this fall. Absent that option, we think the two best options are a new feeder pattern or this choice process priority. And we're going to engage with them and hear from the community about which they'd prefer.
Thank you. Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Thank you, team, for the presentation. I really appreciate also the engagement from the community, especially those who testified today. I think especially since some of them seem to have recently learned about how they may be personally impacted by this. I will admit I'm sensitive to this topic. I did my 6th grade in one school in one city. I did my 7th grade in a different country, and I did my 8th grade in a completely different state. And so I understand the need for stability during these critical periods of time. Right now, it feels to me like we're asking our communities to sacrifice our 5th, 6th, and 7th graders in some of our communities for perhaps a long-term gain. But the long term doesn't feel very certain, at least from what I'm gathering. And so I truly do appreciate how complicated this is. I think that it is a result of many decades of underinvestment in our facilities. I must say that it is concerning to me that the buckets outlined do not necessarily include analysis of quality of academic offerings. We have some amazing elementary schools. We heard from families today. And I should mention that we didn't hear from some of the schools that are being directly impacted, the K through 5s. But I know in my own neighborhood, the Mendel is revered, highly respected for the work that's being done there. And similarly, in the K through 12 expansion, we have schools such as EMK, Binca, the Margarita Muñiz, where students and families have been asking for seats. And so I want to understand how we're incorporating academic and cultural quality in these decisions for expansion. Nate, you talked about families not taking pathways that currently exist. But do we really think that the options presented are also desirable pathways for communities? Is that something we've tested? Have we interrogated that? So I want to understand how we're incorporating academic rigor, quality of academics, and cultural environment factored into these proposals.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think for the K-5 to K-6 expansions, I think part of the reason that we're not emphasizing the academic pathways is we think this pathway is an important part of our overall district academic pathway. And so, you know, we want all of our schools, we think all of our schools would benefit from having that 6th grade. And so we did narrow the criteria. It's almost the sort of, and this goes back to, I mentioned, by making our strategy explicit, it allows people to challenge our assumptions. Our assumption here is that all of our schools would benefit from that 6th grade. I think your question around the high schools and the desire to expand high quality options for 7th grade and 8th grade in our high schools, Margarita Muñiz, one that you mentioned, as I've had many conversations with the head of school Vasquez for many years about our desire. It's one that I think the district would benefit from immediately, being a 7th through 12th. Those conversations, you know, are longer term and challenging. We are constantly evaluating, looking at space and trying to find ways to do that. We need to partner, the Bill BPS team needs to be in service of our academic vision. And when we think about our portfolio approach at the high school level, we would be in a much stronger position if we're coming to you and saying, here is our vision for high school redesign overall. And that was our goal and our hope for this fall, to come back with more of that. We're not in a position to do that. And the unfortunate reality is that we also have this critical need to take and convert our middle schools. I do think that all of the students who are moving out of these standalone middle schools will end up with a more academically and educationally enriching experience in our 7th through 12s. The 7th through 12 schools will have things that they're able to offer the students in 7th and 8th grade that our middle schools certainly do, unfortunately cannot. That includes after school activities, athletics, and enrichment in academic programming, access to higher level courses when they're ready for it, being able to have different grade level content teams that are working together to ensure that they're ready for high school. So this is not absent of an academic strategy. We do believe the students will end up in a better academic experience with this transition. But you're right, we are making this transition and it is causing a disruption for families and students in those middle grades. If we had a way to convert the middle schools and expand 7 through 12 without that disruption, I think we would do that, and we certainly welcome feedback and alternative ideas.
Just want to mention that as we branch out the academic vision and as we think about stronger pathways, regardless of grade configuration, when you get to 7th and 8th grade and you're in the middle schools, you start thinking about career pathways. You start looking at advanced coursework and preparation for advanced coursework in order to be able to take more of the advanced study in high school. And having students in the 7th and 8th grade, almost like a traditional junior high school, is like readying them for high school. And that the counselors all share, they work together as a team. The students are in a team and share teachers, and you just have a more enriching program. You will see in my FY23 budget investments in arts and athletics and counseling. And this is also intentional as we work toward what you will be hearing in our FY23 budget in a quality guarantee. So I think that that's really important. What we haven't been able to do, because operationally we have been so mired in coming back to in-person learning, we've been so busy with just managing the pandemic still in what isn't a remote environment, but an in-person environment, that it has taken a lot of the team capacity to do so. And so we're relaunching and re-engaging our community in the really complex task ahead of us of dismantling kind of those very difficult cogs in the wheel, so to speak, that have prevented high school redesign for decades here in Boston. And so I think we have to have the conversation with our school leaders, and we have to really address the K-8s because we don't want to have happen to our K-8s that happened to those around when New Mission was expanded without this pre-thought and this engagement. And so we're hoping to be able to have that with the community and our school leaders over the next several weeks and months.
Thank you for that. I just have a quick follow-up related to the high school pieces. I had the opportunity to visit some of the schools in East Boston last week, and I got to see the great work that's happening at East Boston High School. And I know that they are in the 7 through 12 expansion. They've welcomed 7th graders this year, and will have another set of 7th graders and the new 8th graders for next year. But that team has also had outside support, right, to be able to engage with preparation for that. And so if we're looking at expanding other schools to absorb some of our students that need middle school seats into the new configuration of 7 to 12, how are we supporting those high schools? What's the planning that's happening now to make sure that we have the right teachers in place, that we have the right space in place? Because even at East Boston High School, they don't have classrooms for their 8th graders next year. And so how are we making sure that we're not making a decision that we can't fully plan or prepare for?
So I'll let Nate talk about the building side of things and the preparation, and I'll talk a little bit about the academic side. And I'm not sure if Dr. Eccleston wants to step in here as well. But when I first came, you weren't on the school committee just yet. We gave a presentation to the school committee around high school redesign. And at that time, we put in place part of our budget, an instructional facilitator position at 7 of our comprehensive high schools so that they could use this position to plan ahead. Now, East Boston and Charlestown went sooner with that planning, but these schools have had a number of years now to plan, do pre-AP training, to do a pre-IB training, MYP training, a middle years program, for instance, at the Brighton School. We've had number of professional development that the high school team has done. There's still a significant amount of work now that we have also adopted the Mass Core, and that work is now being conducted by our academic team in preparation. So we think we could be ready. And if you asked any of these high school principals, and I did ask them, they say they're ready to take on the 7th through 12th, the 7th and 8th graders now, and they'd love to go right away. The reason I'm not able to expand very transparently is because we have K-8 principals who say, wait a minute, you know, we're going to lose our 7th and 8th grade, and we haven't had the opportunity to have the conversation with them. And then Nate, I don't know if you want to talk about just the physical building, but I do believe at all of these comprehensive high schools, there is space to take on additional 7th and 8th graders. And at Cash, they can take them on once BAA moves out. At Excel, they would have space. Burke has space. Brighton has space. But of course, you have K-8s in the region, and we need to just have a conversation with everybody at the table. And we just haven't been able to do that in the pandemic. Nate?
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. I would say that, you know, every time I think my job is hard and that the difficult part of the planning is the Build BPS sort of setting the stage, I spend some time with the academics team and the school-based teams and talk to them about what it takes to implement with fidelity and success a high-quality 7th and 8th grade program. And I am in awe of the work that they do. So I do recognize that this is really the start of the important work. And as the superintendent mentioned, part of the reason that we are excited about the English high school expansion is because of the work that Caitlin Murphy, the head of school, has already done to prepare. And the support Drew Eccleston and his team will be, and the high school heads of high school superintendents will be offering. There's a whole team of people who will be working to support that. For each of the schools, we do work with the facilities team to understand what are the new space requirements. It involves modifications to the building. In the case of East Boston, as I'm sure you're aware, there's some changes being made where we're adding 5 classrooms and building it out of a former library space. And so that work has been delayed, but will be, is currently underway, or sort of the planning is underway to make sure that that school is ready for the 7th and 8th grade. But of course, that pales in comparison to the work that Phil Brangiaforti, the head of school for East Boston, is doing to get his staff ready to support 8th graders next year. And so, you know, when we look at the English and the planning, we part of the reason that we have identified October as a critical time for us to announce these changes to schools is because we are at the start of our planning process. We're about to launch our enrollment projection process, which kickstarts our budgeting process, which then leads into staffing. So this is a very critical time for us as a district. We do all of this planning far in advance of the start of the school year to make sure the resources are all there in September for the school. And of course, the real planning starts with their quality school plans and all the academic work that they have to do.
I do want to mention that even though they're using a library, they'll still have a library.
Yeah, good question.
Yes, former library space.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, I appreciate that. I have plenty of other questions, but I will wait for my next go round. Thank you.
We'll go around. Right. Thank you. Mr. Tran?
Yes. Well, according to the chairwoman, I'll make my comment aside from being sitting around and looks like I'm not participating. So here is my comment and certain kind of advice. First of all, I appreciate and applaud a very careful, thoughtful design of the BPS program so far, given the fact that we all went through a lost period of the pandemic, which I know had impacted many decisions regarding the plan. I particularly appreciate and really like the design of pathways. I think that, you know, with all the emotional help and support for the students, I think that is something that is fairly new to me. As a matter of fact, I grew up, as you all know, I spent my elementary and middle and high school in a country which was pretty bad during the time that I grew up, where at any moment of time I can be transferred to another location without notification to my parents at all. And there's, of course, no emotional support. So the pathway things, I think I like that. And I really appreciate everything that you put in regarding the K-6, the 7 to 12 designs that you presented today. I think it's very thorough. The only concern I have is a little extraneous, I would say, but I have to raise it here. According to some of the parents who testified today, if I'm not mistaken, some of them did attest, well, for lack of a better term, they did state that there was a promise. I believe that was attributed to the superintendent, that that there was a promise that the superintendent said no K-5 school will not be considered or given the addition of the 6th grade. How much that those statements are true or misconstrued or somehow skewered, to their own understanding, I have no way of knowing those. But given the culture, given the climate that we're living in, I would implore the superintendent to somehow find a way to clarify those, or to appease, or find a way to deal with those kind of, for lack of a better term, misconstrued statements. We've been hearing a lot of misconstrued statements for the last 3 years that I'm on the committee from the parents, intentionally or not, I don't know, but there must be a better system to deal with that. That would, alleviate their concern. So that's my only concern and my only advice. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Tran. And I appreciate also that that's the one thing that bothers you. It bothers me too. Those folks who know me know that I don't make fuzzy promises. I try very hard not to make a promise if I know I can't keep it. I would rather tell somebody the hard news than to come back on something that I can't keep my word on, because that means everything to me. Earlier today, I received a letter from a parent stating this fact to me. I've asked my team to go back into the notes to see if I did in fact make this promise. It would have been very early in my tenure when I spoke to the Rosendale Sumner community. It would have been at one of my listening sessions that I did when I worked with the community. And it would be very out of my practice of who I am as a person. And I try to be extremely disciplined in giving my word on something, to have been at that early of a meeting in September or October of my new tenure, and to make a promise like that of which I had no background or information. Now, if I was pressed on, do you think that's equitable? I could have shared, yes, I think that would be inequitable if you do that. Whenever we do a racial equity planning tool, we identify things that are inequitable and we try to mitigate the inequity. We sometimes know that decisions we make are inequitable, but we make them because we have to weigh all of the information in front of us. So I have asked my team to go back and look if I made that promise, and I will own up if I made that promise, and I will apologize for making that promise because I want to make things right with the community, because my integrity means everything to me. And so I will report back at the next school committee the best information that I have from my team and the notes that they took. But I don't recall making that promise. That does not mean at this point that I didn't, but it would be unlike me and my character to do so.
Just to follow up, thank you. I've been working with you for 3 years. I have no doubt at all regarding your integrity and your professionalism. And the reason I'm raising that, because I'm hoping those parents who spoke today regarding the summer school listen. And please call me if it is misconstrued, intentionally or not. Please make sure that whatever you present to us as a testimony reflects the truth. That's all I want to know. So just to make a final point, thank you for your clarification. Thanks a lot.
I also want the Sumner parents to know, and I'll let Mr. Cooter speak in just a moment, that if I can find a creative solution, if it could happen, and I made that promise, I would do it. If I could today move every K-5 to a K-6 and make every 9 through 12 a 7-12, I would do it, because I think it's that important that we make these decisions quickly, because it, one, matters for enrollment, and two, to get to Ms. LaPera's point, it matters for the academic pathways that we want to have for parents. And I think that it's critical. And then to Ms. Polanca Garcia's, for the social emotional transitions that students have to have. So it's in everybody's best interest that we work expeditiously, that we transparently have these conversations, and that we're able to make these pathways. The constraint that we're having right now is the physical constraint of the buildings in order to do that, or the space around the buildings in order to add a portable. It is extremely expensive to add portables, but we feel it's important enough temporarily due to the pathways that we've been prioritizing. Mr. Cooter.
Yeah, I just want to add, and I can verify that if there was a solution, the superintendent would absolutely pursue it. I think up until right before this presentation, she was asking me if we were sure and asking me to explore even more options for all of the school communities. I will say that for both the schools, for the Blackstone and the Mendel and the Sumner, that these are temporary sort of stopgap measures. We are committed to continuing to evaluate options, not just that can solve it for the fall, but if there's an option that becomes available that creates the opportunity in the following fall, we'll pursue that as well. for each of the schools, if they end up being, if the Timothy and the Irving both end up being renovated to become K-6 schools. In the case of the Irving, we know that's what we're moving towards. That could be used for either the school community that doesn't have 6th grade or one or more of the other school communities in the neighborhood, so that we can then free up other buildings to use either for a secondary site to add 6th grade or to be a future site for another potential build. There are more opportunities that are created once we are able to renovate and bring these buildings online. And so we are continuing to pursue this option because we want all of our schools to be K-6 as soon as possible. Because as the superintendent mentioned, we know that this is what's best for our students. We know this is what families want, and we want to make sure that we're delivering on that promise to them and for them.
I also just want to say one demonstration of this is the EMK school. We never took off our our foot off the gas pedal to try to find them a new building. And we have done that now. We, in earnest, continued to look and look and look and look, and we finally found one for them. And we're thrilled that it's going to work for them.
Thank you. Ms. Mercer?
Thank you for your presentation. So my first question, more of a clarifying question. So it is, we are getting rid of these schools to both eliminate middle schools and also to have a free space for other schools as well?
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that question. Do you mind repeating it?
So my question is, are we getting rid of these schools to eliminate both middle schools and also to have a free space for other schools to use?
Yeah, so that is the goal for all 3 of these schools that we're closing. We plan to use them for future BPS schools. In the case of the Irving Middle School, as I mentioned, we want to convert that to a K-6 elementary school for one or more of the Rosendale elementary schools. The reason I keep emphasizing one or more is the Irving will be able to be a robust multi-strand school. Many of the elementary schools in Rosendale are small 1 or 2 strands. For the Timothy, we're going to engage on future use. We've heard of community interest for high schools. We've heard community interest for K-6. We know we need elementary space. And there's also the opportunity that we could renovate it and use it for swing space for other major projects to be able to upgrade our facilities across. For the Jackson Man site, it will be used for 1 more year by the Horace Man until they enter their swing space in the Edwards building. And then our plan is to renovate or create a new K-6 new build on that site for, again, 1 or more of the elementary schools in Brighton. We know that the Brighton elementary schools are in need of significant upgrades as well. We also, of course, have the long-term planning we need to do with the Horace Man community about where their future new build site is. And it's a possibility that it could move back to that site as well. So those are all parts of the process that we'll be doing with the community. And we partner with the Public Facilities Department out of City Hall. I should give a shout out to our partners there. For all of these long-term new builds, they will be providing support for the project, including bringing on designers and architect firms who will work with the community to make sure we're tailoring the space to the needs of the community. So it's an exciting new process. We haven't had the opportunity to talk about it because we have, of course, been going through this difficult transition. We're talking about school closures, but the result is that we are focused on many new school buildings that will have a significant impact on the educational landscape for our district.
Thank you. So my next question is, so you guys are talking about expanding schools such as English High from just a regular high school from the 7 to K, and you guys also mentioned a few other schools. So my question is, what tools are we using to identify what schools have space? Is it the amount of classrooms? Is it how many students they have? Is it a combination of both? Like, what exactly is that?
Yeah, in terms of space assessment for the elementary schools, it's relatively easy because elementary school scheduling is very easy. So I can walk through and count the number of classrooms they have in their building. It usually involves a review of the floor plans with the high school, with the with the principal, and knowing you can basically look if they have 8 grades in their school and they have 3 programs, you know they're using 24 classrooms, and then you figure out how many pull-out spaces they need for other programs. Relatively simple. For high schools, it's much more complicated because it involves master scheduling. And as you know, you probably visited 5 or 6 classrooms today in your classes. And so when we need to work much more closely with the head of school to understand how they're using space, how many classrooms are shared by their teachers, and how many cohorts of kids we would take in. So we usually look at the assessment of saying, how many new classes of students would you take in, and how would you rotate them through the class? So it's a much more complicated process that involves a review of floor plans, walking the school buildings with the school leaders and having a conversation. In the case of a lot of the 7 through 12 expansions, school leaders have a very strong incentive to identify space. And so we're able to partner with them very closely. They have no reason to hide space from us. A lot of the schools want to expand 7th and add 7th and 8th grade. So we have a good partnership with them in reviewing that space. We, of course, partner very closely with the operations departments, facilities department, to understand also the implications of using different spaces. You know, someone like me can walk into a room and be like, this looks great. But there are, of course, other factors that the facilities team needs to take into account, whether or not it's appropriate for educational purposes.
And a quick follow-up to that is, will this be getting rid of or taking away from like clubs like extracurricular, or even some clubs that are integrated into the school day?
We think this is an opportunity to build and add more. All right, so schools that have robust enrollment and have students will be able to offer more opportunities for their students, not less. And so, you know, part of what I was saying about the middle schools is there aren't enough students really to offer robust programs. There are not enough students to schedule throughout the day and have robust classes in different languages and different schedules. And so at these high schools, 7 through 12, we think there's an opportunity for us to invest and provide more opportunities in both within the school day, the academic offerings and the sort of elective courses for students to take, but then also the extracurricular opportunities that makes high school such an enriching experience. Arts, music, these are all places the superintendent is planning to invest in. And so, you know, wearing my dual hat here, when we start talking about this planning, we're both planning for changing school configurations, at the same time planning significant investments using both ESSER dollars and operating dollars to be able to provide these robust experiences for students. So we do anticipate, this was a long answer to a relatively short question, but I get really excited talking about what this could mean for students and the new opportunities that it will present for them.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and then we will do another round robin because I know several folks have said they have more questions. First of all, I want to say thank you for this report. It certainly is the result of a lot of very intense work and continues to become more and more thoughtful as the feedback comes back in from our partners, et cetera, about what we need to make it make sense. The thing I have asked since, you know, back when we first started a Build BPS, that particularly since the pandemic, we really need an opportunity to sort of take a step back to do that comprehensive plan, because we still don't know everything about every school, where they fit into this, what are the several transitions buildings may be going through before they have a final community that lives within them, you know, all of those kinds of things. So I'm not, and I understand the work that is already time sensitive needs to move forward. So how will we have an opportunity to balance that? When and how will we be able to have a really full comprehensive plan? It may be a 15 or a 20-year plan. I don't know what it will be, but that we would actually be able to look somewhere and understand for every single one of our buildings, You know, is it slated, is it an over 50-year-old building? And so at some point we hope to take it offline. Will it be swing space? You know, what will it be? And where, so that we will all have that kind of a comprehensive piece of information to be able to go back to understand, because it does get complicated and confusing as the iterations going on. Now, wait a minute, I thought this was going to happen to that school. Now we're talking about something else, but there's no one place to go and look to understand, you know, what's going on. Is that a possibility?
Yes, that is a possibility, Madam Chair. And we hope to be able to provide that to the community. We also, Chief Cooter announced today the schedule that we hope to be on, so that you know, the community knows when they can be engaged and how we're going to develop this and put this together. There will be outside facility support.
Right.
There are a few things that we need from City Hall, and I'll name 3 of them. One is a commitment in funding, and significant funding. A lot.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of buildings. And, you know, I would say probably $1 billion a year for 10 years.
Yeah.
Second thing we need is the political will to have these tough conversations and to be able to apply the racial equity planning tool and understand that those who need it the most are going to get it the first. And that's not always the voices you hear at school committee. The third thing that we're going to need is to be able to have the capacity at City Hall to get these projects through. PFD has to have the capacity in order to do the design, to be able to do the inspections, to do just the construction and the work, and helping us with those projects. Right now, the department in the city is too small to handle the major projects that we want to handle every single year. We have 9 new projects we've announced, but we really need to announce, you know, major projects every year. And these are multi-year projects. And so we need to have a commitment from City Hall on the facilities upgrades in our schools that matches the commitment that our parents give us every day when they send us their precious children. I don't know if Nate wants to add to that.
I think you said it well, and I think Superintendent, part of the reason that we work so well together is you started with the big picture, and I started thinking about the incremental steps we need to take to build better habits and information. You know, I think we've committed to being more transparent in our data. So one of the things that we're working, in Indy Alvarez, our new Chief Operating Officer, is quickly gathering the information we have about our buildings. We did a comprehensive assessment, or we did an assessment of our buildings back at the start of Build BPS that didn't end up providing the right information that we needed. And so her team is working both to assess what information we have internally and how do we prioritize it, so that when you hear from a school community that says we're the worst building or we've got the biggest problems, that we have some way to verify and compare. The second project that we have launched is this K-6 visioning exercise and K-6 planning, where the superintendent's talked about her quality guarantee. From an operating perspective, we've talked about the quality guarantee as being those programs that we provide at every school, the staffing that we have at every school. So we have a consistent high quality experience. Last year, it was family liaisons and social workers at every school. From a capital perspective, in some ways, the district has been reluctant to put out a vision for what we think our K-6 schools should be, because very quickly the families are going to look and show the gap between their school and that vision. Of course, as a parent, as somebody who goes into our schools all the time, we know that that gap exists. So the only person we're fooling is ourselves. So we're coming out with a clear vision. We're working and talking to the communities about expectations around libraries, expectations around physical education spaces, therapeutic spaces. And we're going to be able to say, this is now the building that we're going towards. And then there we can compare every building in the district to that standard. We have not done that. And that will then tell us, okay, what are the buildings that are physically in the worst condition? And what are the buildings that are the farthest from our academic vision, our academic expectations of what our school should be? From there, the plan is that we were able to be much more transparent and say, okay, this school is the farthest from what we need and what our students need. They're next up in the queue for a new build. And then the superintendent's absolutely right. The funding, the staffing, the willpower of the district to be able to find property, we can start moving very, very quickly. But it starts with that clear statement on, this is what we want to build as a community. This is what we want to build as a district.
Yes, I understand that. And I really do like the idea of the four meetings that each have a particular agenda. But I guess the question is, and maybe this is the part that you were saying at the end, is how do people get in that queue? And until we have that whole comprehensive view of every single school, the question is, you know, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in the city, you know, after next fall, who's in the queue number one? And so how do we get to that point where there is both the information, but the shared agreement that we have used the right tools to say, yes, these are the next three things. And in addition to that, we know it takes, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 years to build a new school. What are the promises to the families that exist? Because by the time that new school is built, their children will have moved on to another phase of their education. And we hope that they don't move on from an elementary school that is in need of major rehaul to another school that is also, so that they don't ever benefit. So what are the short-term benefits that we can offer while we are, you know, building out new buildings at another point?
Yeah, I think that's related to the academic plan and the athletics programs, the arts programs, you know, the family liaisons, the social workers, the nurses, you know, that kind of thing. But still, they need gymnasiums. They need libraries. They need, you know, cafeteria spaces that are adequate and bathrooms that aren't just in the basement. You know, they need playgrounds and school gardens and things like that. So, you know, some of those things we're able to provide in some of the schools, but, you know, we need to determine which school needs what once we have this quality guarantee, and then figure out how long it would take to get them that. And then if we can't, you know, if there's like 80% you can't get there, then we have to make a decision as a community. Does that school merge into another school where we can actually give it to them, or another space where it's where they can get it? You know, because you can't go renovate a small one-strand school, and it's still a small one-strand school, and you can't give them all this other quality guarantee. You can't just have more adults than students in a school, kind of, you know.
Right.
It's just not fiscally responsible.
Okay, I know my time is up. I have more questions, but I'm going to go back around because our other members have questions as well. So I see Ms. Garcia, Palenka Garcia's hand is up, and I know Ms. LaPera, you also want to speak again. So we'll start to Ms. Palenka Garcia.
Thank you. Tengo que cambiar de inglés a español, de español a inglés.
Yeah, I know.
Como miembro de comunidad que yo he sido, como mamá, primero, y organizadora de padres, quiero decirle algo.
I've been a member of the community. I've been an organizer. I've been a mother. And I do apologize that I have to be switching between English and Spanish. I would like to say something.
Nosotros como a los papás, las familias, queremos ver respuesta de nuestras autoridades. Usualmente uno quiere ver un comité que diga, yo estoy pensando en ti, yo estoy utilizando equidad racial, estoy teniendo en cuenta la población, estoy teniendo en cuenta las desigualdades económicas.
So typically we do expect from the committee or from those in an authority position to account for us, to take consideration of every different factor such as racial equality, equality itself, the population, inequality. That's what we do expect from a committee or from someone in a position of authority.
Y yo sé que en esta pantalla, ahora mismo hay muchas personas que me consta que están bien preocupados e identificados por el bienestar de los estudiantes.
I'm very aware that at this particular moment, there are many people watching and many parents that are very concerned about the well-being of their own students.
Pero nosotros que tenemos esta responsabilidad, somos la cara que ellos ven y somos las autoridades de los cuales ellos están esperando que hagamos algo al respecto.
So we have a tremendous responsibility. We have the face that they're seeing, and we are the body that they expect that we do something for them.
Me encanta que la superintendente dice, vamos a hacer reuniones comunitarias, vamos a escuchar a las familias y a las comunidades. Amo eso. Y me encanta que tomemos en cuenta eso y que hagamos las reuniones comunitarias y escuchemos verdaderamente a las familias y la involucremos en la mesa.
So I do love the fact that the superintendent, Madam Superintendent, says that we are going to involve the communities. We're going to have meetings at the community, and we are going to see them at the table. I do love that from what the superintendent has shared.
Por eso es importante, insisto, en que se realicen esas reuniones comunitarias, que tomamos en cuenta esa población tan deprimida y las poblaciones pobres, negras, latinas, que ellos sientan que están siendo escuchados, que están siendo tomados en cuenta.
That is very critical. It is very critical. It is very important that we hear from them, that we hear and that we address these communities, the Black communities, the Latino communities, that they feel that they're being heard, that they are given some value here. It is critical.
Que ellos sientan que ellos no están excluidos, que no están excluidos de la mesa, que ellos están incluidos en la mesa. Vamos a hablar, vamos a sentarnos en la mesa. Ustedes no están incluidos, porque tenemos unas autoridades que van a hacer mesas para hablar con todas las comunidades.
It is very important. It is very important that they know that they can sit at the table, that they are not excluded from the table. They are included, because we have a community that they have to be included. We have to sit at the table with them.
I can't wait the table for working together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment before I move on?
No, I just know there's a lot of work to do at the Blackstone.
Yes, okay. Absolutely. Ms. Lopera.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Robinson. And just want to echo the pieces that Member Polanco Garcia just mentioned. It actually ties nicely to the question that I have. We are talking about a lot of reconfiguration, but at the core of this, at this very moment, it is thinking about a vote for next week around school closures for 3 different communities, right? And so there's a significant population of Latinx students, Latinx families, English language learners who are part of the Timothy and the Irving. And I found it curious that in today's testimony and in the emails received, I didn't necessarily receive anything from folks from those most impacted communities, most immediately impacted communities. I know Chief Cooter mentioned family engagement and the work that's been done since this was originally talked about in May. And so I also recognize that we've been in a pandemic and folks have been functioning very differently. And the Black and Latinx community were also highly impacted. And so in terms of our community engagement and specific to the Latinx community, I'm curious to understand what that really looked like with the Timothy and the Irving, because at this point, I haven't heard from anybody in that community And these are the schools we're talking about closing.
So Nate, could you speak to the engagement that we had at all 3 schools and the interpretation that we had available? I do want to share that when we did have them, they were via Zoom because we're still in COVID, and they were not well attended, even though we brought interpretation, but we did follow up with letters. And so I want Nate to share, and I know that the school communities also communicated as well to their school communities. Can you share?
Yeah, part of our engagement plan and the hopes in announcing the school closures in May was so that we would be in a situation where you're not hearing from a lot of families tonight, not because they either were not sad at the closure of their school, but that they felt like they had plenty of voice in the process. Immediately around the announcement in May that we would be pursuing the closure of these 3 schools, we held community meetings with the Irving and Timothy families. As the superintendent mentioned, we had interpretation services available at each of the meetings and sent notices home in students' home language. That was to give families plenty of time. In the intermediate time in the fall, we also held additional meetings at the school.
Jackson Man as well.
Excuse me, yes, Jackson Man. So in early May, we had meetings at the Jackson Man, Irving, and Timothy. We then had our school committee meeting on May 12th. So those meetings preceded the school committee announcement. We then had Irving, Jackson Man, Irving and Timothy meetings in June, again, attended by 55 and 45 members of the community. And then we held additional meetings this fall with the Jackson Man, Timothy, and Irving in late September, again, to come back to the community and let them know what we had heard and what additional resources we had provided. Part of what we're trying to do is provide a lot of resources with school-based staff as well. The superintendent has mentioned the family liaisons that are in the schools and provide. So, our hope is that part of the reason you're not hearing as much from those communities is because we have been providing the support that they need and understanding what is happening with their school community. The other reality of it is that these schools are not highly chosen. They're not popular destinations, and in a lot of ways is reflective of the fact that families are looking for other alternatives. So I do think there's a component of this for these families where by offering these 7 to 12 options, these 6 through 12 options for them to be able to help them transition to their next school community, that we're providing them what they were hoping for and getting them to a better educational experience in the fall. I think the work that the Timothy staff does, I think the work that the Irving staff does is commendable. I think they do a lot of great work and they support their families as best they can. The reality is in this district, families are looking for a K-6, 7 to 12 pathway or a K-8, 9 through 12 pathway. And if you are enrolled in a pathway that doesn't match that, it doesn't have that single transition, then you are looking for other alternatives and are excited by the any transition that gets you to that alternative pathway. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like me to add, Superintendent, or members of our engagement team wanted to weigh in as well.
That's the feedback that I've heard from families.
So just to confirm, when you were engaging with families from these school communities, the feedback that you were hearing was that they wanted a different pathway.
A lot of the conversation that we had was how we were supporting them to find their next community. There wasn't a lot of pushback around keeping the school open.
And
for the Timothy and the Irving, I think for the Jackson Man, I want to separate that as a K-8 school. There was a lot of push from the community and a lot of feedback around the closure. There was that community was hoping to find swing space, gave us a lot of pushback around the closure and felt like, quite honestly, that we had planned to close them the whole time and we're not authentically engaged in the process. Of course, from our perspective, we've been pursuing all avenues to keep the school community open. But because of the availability of swing space and quite honestly, the declining enrollment throughout the district, we knew that we could accommodate students closer to home in other elementary schools. And so for the Jackson Man families that live in Alston Brighton, we're able to offer them placement in Alston Brighton schools. And for the families, about half of the families from the Jackson Man are actually from outside of Alston Brighton. We're working with them to find placements closer to home. And of course, another big part of that component for the Jackson Man is the large ABA program, working to make sure that students with autism and students being served in the ABA, ABA stands for Applied Behavioral Analysis. It's a behavioral program primarily for students with autism. For students in that program, we're working to identify the right programmatic match for them.
And just briefly, a couple other things with the Jackson Man. I mean, immediately this one was on my radar because, you know, I had heard right away that the Jackson Man building just was not suitable for children. When I went and visited very first, I was hoping we could do it a whole lot sooner to move them into swing space, but we just didn't have it. And so we took some time with the community prior to the pandemic, and we did surveys and we had community meetings, in-person meetings prior to the pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and then we restarted those meetings with the community through Zoom. So we've had a lot of engagement with the community around this, and and a lot of input and a lot of surveying.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up on the piece around communication and engagement with the Timilty and the Irving communities, would you, based off of your engagement with the community and also your communication with school leadership, would you feel comfortable stating that the families that are a part of those communities fully understand that this proposal is on the table? So I did after school programming and I did checks for understanding. Do we feel confident that our families understand that this is what's really being proposed and that next year they will not have a school?
Well, they will have a school next year.
Well, they won't have their current.
They won't continue at the Timilty, right? But they are absolutely, I mean, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're really clear with our language and that every student has a seat next year and we're not leaving anybody behind. I would say that, could I go to every single family and say, you know what's happening? I don't think I could make that assertion, honestly. I would hope so. We have communicated to families, but there are times when we don't have an email address or we don't have a way to get a family. And so I'm hoping that the school has been noticing them multiple different ways. And Nate, I don't know, you can talk a little bit more about the assurances that we have to ensure that they are doing that. I know we're putting a transition coordinator in the school who will make sure that every single family has a plan for moving forward. Do they know today? I can't say that for sure, but they will know for sure as we work with them through this year to give them their choices and as we work through choice season.
Yeah, I would just double down on the last thing that you were just saying there, Superintendent. We're not done yet, continuing to support the families and communicate and make sure families understand. Obviously, it's critical for us to get feedback from the community, to get feedback from families about the closure. In the case of this middle school transition, really our engagement is about how can we best transition to the next phase of the middle schools, not if we should keep the middle schools open. The district has moved in the direction the school committee voted on the K-6, 7, 12 pathway. So it's really important for us to continue to engage families to say, what are those mitigating strategies and supports that you need? Moving forward and continuing tonight, tomorrow, and after your school committee vote, which I believe is scheduled for the 17th, not next week's meeting, just as a quick public service announcement, that we are going to continue to work with individual families, hiring the coordinators, the transition coordinators, to make sure they know what their options are. Because the next critical time is for them to make sure they make their choices in the first round and are able to leverage that choice process. You heard a woman testified earlier tonight talking about the Rogers closure. I was a budget director when we closed the Rogers several years ago. And she's right, we took that formal vote to close the Rogers in March. After school choice had started, it was really disruptive to the community. We didn't give families enough time to plan and find their next school community for the following school year. We're really committed to and trying to make these announcements early so that we can do our best and make sure that no families fall through the crack and get to a place where all of a sudden their school closed and they didn't know that they had to make a choice, or they've missed out on the best options for their families because other students are now enrolled in that school.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I have a couple of clarifying questions. On the teacher slide where you were talking about as these schools shift and change, there will be teachers who obviously will be displaced when their schools close. Are they being considered as the staff of the newly opening 7 to 12, since they will already come with experience teaching these grades? And is there any way, anything going on that would help them, transition with some of their students to some of these new programs?
We absolutely appreciate our hardworking staff. And as you know, Madam Chair, we have a staffing shortage in the district, so we don't want to lose any of our amazing BPS teachers. And I told them that. And so we're committed to them finding their next best fit, which may be in a K-8 school, or it may be in a 9-12 school, or it may be in a 7-12 school. And so if it's possible to get them into our 7-12s, great. But as you know, we have mutual consent hiring. And so these teachers will be given help with their resumes. They'll be given help with their interviews. We start early hiring fairly soon. And principals, if they know they have a vacancy, they can start interviewing now for their positions. But if someone has told them they're not going to be there next year, they're moving or something like that.
Okay. Another topic, another question, the EMK moving to Warren Street, is that to bring the whole school community together, or just grades 11 and 12 that are now at the Endicott?
I think Megan Costello is going to jump in to provide more specifics, but we plan to operate both sites of the EMK, the Warren Street site and their current site for the 9th and 10th graders. The site that we're looking at on Warren Street will be able to provide better and more appropriate educational space than the Endicott building, but it's not a full space for their entire high school.
So there's still a wait to find a space for the entire school moving into one location. And then again, as we talk about this cycle of, schools needing more space, et cetera, how will they get into that queue for?
Well, they are still, Madam Chair, they're still really hopeful around the relationship with higher education.
Okay.
And in particular with Wentworth. And so we're still in conversations around that. That's them identifying. I think they've actually identified where the school could be built. It's identifying now the capital in order to build it, and having those discussions with the next mayor and getting the funding to do so.
Okay, because that's similar to the Horace Mann. Horace Mann will go back to the to Alston Brighton, to the to the Jackson Mann, and then go to.
We actually don't know yet where the site is for the Horace Mann. We are still going through the MSBA process for that, to locate the site for that. We also are looking and locate the site in Roxbury and the site in Dorchester. So we're actively looking for lots of land or buildings that can come down in order to put those 3 builds up. We just recently purchased the Paris Street parcel in East Boston, and we took down a building there in order to put up a new one. So it'll be very similar type of process.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I
Okay.
think I'm right.
All righty. When we were talking about the slide that has, I think I want to say it's slide 24, that's got all of the movement going on about how many kids from how many schools need to find spaces. And then there were the issues around special ed in strands and some of the ELL programs. Now, are those kids moving as a cohort to the same schools that their current, students are in? Are they going to be offered the opportunity to fill in programs that have seats, and so therefore not move as a cohort, but as an individual family choice to a similar program, but in another school? What will happen to those communities?
For the students in special education programs, the decision about placement is a team. It's the IEP team, and the school will support the family in making the choice. And so there are students in the specific learning disability program where we have multiple options where they'll be able to choose. For the students in the emotional impairment internalizing program, we'll be adding the capacity at the English high school. And so because that is a much smaller population, it's a program that is only sort of built for 10 students in 7th grade, 10 students in 8th grade. That would be building the capacity, and of course, still a family choice. And anytime we do a transition, I'm sure the team will meet with them about what inclusive opportunities may be available to them as they transition to high school, and supporting them in that if that works best for them. I would say that there was a lot of discussion about moving staff and students as a cohort around the West Roxbury Education Complex closure. At that time, we knew that it would be challenging to pull that off, given how many individual choices that meant coordinating. So what we could do is try and move the staff to a new place, but knowing the staff may not want to choose to work there, that the school you work at is an individual decision of the staff member, that they may not be a fit for the school and the choice of the school leaders as they launch these new programs, trying to find the right staff to launch a 7th and 8th grade. And then of course with individual families. And so we're not making any promises around students moving together. What we're going to do is support individual families, staff, to make the best choice for them, and hopefully find a match and support students no matter where they end up. And we hope, Ms. LaPera, when you mentioned some of the transitions you went through in those early grades, I was also just recalling that I changed schools entering 4th grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade, and how many transitions that was. And I was fortunate to have a lot of support in doing that, but that was tough transitions for me. And so I can relate to students who are transitioning and wanting their friends to go with them to the new schools. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that because I know that has been a subject of debate and discussion about what was promised and what was executed on when it came to the closure of the West Roxbury Education Complex.
Okay. I have one last question for now, and I know that the hour's getting late. We have another report to do, but only half of our members are here tonight, and I'm sure we could keep going with our questions. And we've got 3 members not here to ask questions. So this is a pretty intense conversation that there still has a lot of information that the committee itself needs to learn. So we need to figure out how we're going to be able to do that prior to the votes.
I welcome a retreat, Madam Chair.
Well, we'll have to do that in the new year, but yes. But we will, yes, I would agree that we do need.
I think we'll have the same thing with the academic vision.
Yes, well, this is the work. That's what we're here to do. And I think we want to do it, and we want to do it well, and we want to do it so that it really supports equitably all of our families, because
right.
we're doing this now because for 100+ years, it hasn't been done equitably. So it's all coming home to roost. So the question, and we're not going to discuss this tonight, but missing from this conversation is the early learning centers, which, you know, provides yet another transition for kids from either the 1st or 2nd grade or kindergarten, depending on when parents move them. And so I would love to see how we are speaking to those families, talking about those transitions as well as we begin to look at, are there guaranteed pathways, et cetera. So no, I don't need an answer tonight, but just wanting you to know that that was an additional question that I have.
Madam
So yes, go ahead.
I just want to respond to that a little bit. You know, Chief Cooter did have a slide on there around K-8s and increasing capacity at the K0 and K1.
Right.
So I think this is a critical discussion that I'm proposing, and I've proposed it a couple of times to school committee to just kind of start socializing the idea around creating space in our schools for K0 and K1. It has been a challenge for us in terms of the childcare community around grades 3 and grades 4, as you know, kind of expanding out our quality rating system to have high quality seats across the city with community providers, which is a really important piece to being able to provide appropriate and high quality childcare. But another partner is our Head Starts. Another partner is our Boston Public Schools, and we're at 95% capacity within our buildings and unable to add UPK seats. And so we really need space in our elementary schools for the early grades. And the research is very clear. Arthur Reynolds was a colleague of mine who did big research around early childhood and adding early childhood to transformation schools and schools that are trying to improve. And when you have a strong pre-K to grade 3 program, you have students more likely to read on grade level at grade 3. And so I think this is a huge part of the strategy that you'll see in the academic vision as we move forward. But we need to have the space at school to do that.
Thank you. So should we ask members who still have questions to feed all those questions to Ms. Sullivan and then to you so that we can get answers to those things as we need to move forward with making decisions in this next week? What would be helpful?
That would be great. You know, I know that it's getting late in the hour. We still have the strategic plan to go through. That's just an update. But I'd be happy to circle back with this conversation with all of you. I would also invite you to come to some of the dialogues that we'll be having at some of the schools. I think that would be really good to hear firsthand from our parents. So I invite school committee members. We'll make sure you have dates to all of those community engagements and all of those discussions, because I think it's going to be really important. You'll be able to ask your questions there as well.
All right.
Can I just build off of that and just add very briefly? Any questions that are submitted from the school committee, we also will commit to making them publicly available and translated on our website so that people don't think we're having conversations with you behind the scenes. Because I know that in particular in this decision, there's a critical eye towards transparency in our deliberation. I would also add that the materials from tonight's presentation, including racial equity planning tools, and materials from prior will be posted on our website, translated as well, so that it's accessible for parents. I know that providing a ton of information online is not full transparency, but it is a step in the right direction. We'll continue to do that throughout this process.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we'll move on to our next report. Catch up. So our next report is an update on the superintendent's strategic plan implementation. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Charles Granson, Chief Equity and Strategy Officer, to please present his report. But first, I'd like to invite the superintendent to provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, we have had a lot of difficulty in measuring our strategic direction because of the pandemic, and the measures that we had hoped for were measures that we just aren't able to capture in terms of all of the measures. So what we decided to do in this update was to update you on what measures we could access and things that we were able to accomplish during this past year of the pandemic. And Dr. Granson and his team has worked diligently to operationalize the strategic plan, has been working with all of our department divisions to ensure that we stay on top of it. But as we turn this corner in COVID, we are really looking to double down on our strategic direction with the quality guarantee that we mentioned, with our budget investments, with the high school redesign and our pathways, early childhood through high school, and with the academic vision. Those key components are essential parts of our strategic plan. And then the second part is our operational effectiveness as we cultivate trust, amplify voice, and ensure that we're delivering on our mission, which is getting students what they need. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Granson so that he can speak about what we've been able to accomplish over the past year.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening, school committee, and to the BPS community. The purpose of today's presentation, as the superintendent shared, is to provide an update on where we are with keeping our commitments to the BPS community as outlined in the BPS strategic vision, Imagine BPS 2025. For those of you who were here at the time, and for new members of the committee, I'd like to take a brief trip down memory lane to the superintendent's engagement of BPS families, students, educators, and staff during the fall of 2019, visiting 125 schools, convening over 102 meetings, and engaging 2,000 plus members of the community. This plan is a reflection of their desires, hopes, and dreams. This plan is our covenant with the community and our commitment to following through with what the community requested. With the creation of the Division of Equity Strategy and Opportunity Gaps and moving this work to the Office of the Superintendent, Dr. Caselius elevated our district's commitment to implementing the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps policy by having it serve as our implementation engine and sets expectations for how we do our work to ensure the strategies for equity are at the center of implementation, and that our work eliminates opportunity and achievement gaps rather than further exacerbating them. As a reminder, the strategic plan lays out 6 commitments. As you are already familiar, each commitment has several priorities that describes more specifically how BPS will honor that commitment. As a reminder, each commitment has an anchor goal and metrics that allows us to measure our progress towards goals and to execute the strategic plan with an efforts to outcomes approach. Today's presentation will focus on the efforts. Over the next few months, we'll be continuing to analyze the data, and Dr. Caselius mentioned the challenges we've had with that, working with Chief Mitchell and Monica Hogan in the Office of Data Accountability, and hoping to outline an annual report in January, more details about our implementation. Later in this presentation, I will highlight key priority areas where we've made progress during the pandemic. You can find priorities for each commitment in the appendix, slide 25, and of course, these are detailed in the actual strategic plan. BPS aligns its commitments with its policies and practices. Each department identified a strategic goal and an opportunity and achievement gaps policy goal, and in some cases, their strategic plan goal and OAG policy goal were one and the same. This is how we create system-wide coherence so that we can effectively execute our work to close opportunity and achievement gaps and improve student outcomes. Something to be mindful of as we get into the presentation is that this work is the work of the entire district, while my team, Equity Strategy and Opportunity Gaps, is driving the documentation, monitoring, and reporting out on the strategic plan implementation. This presentation and any ensuing reports represents the collective work of all BPS schools, departments, and divisions. It is exemplified in the department work plans, where department leads identify goals and milestones that we then use to track progress on strategic initiatives. This is our district's operational plan as recommended by the 2019 DESE district review. And our schools also have school improvements plans for alignment. Given that this plan was adopted by the school committee on April 29th, 2020, I wanted to provide an overview of our implementation timeline as a reminder, given that we realized the full severity of the pandemic in that same month. To that end, our work has shifted dramatically and implementation did not happen in a straight line. You might remember that the superintendent added key COVID-related priorities to each commitment to ensure that our strategic priorities reflected the realities of the pandemic. Within the timeline, we show our intentional pause on our strategic work to respond to the pandemic. We made several strategic pivots to focus on a safe return for all students and staff and to prioritize academic recovery. We are at the point now where departments are finalizing their school year 21-22 goals that drive the work and implementation of the strategic plan. These goals are reviewed by the superintendent and speak directly to the commitments and student outcomes in our metrics. This process helps us to work as a cohesive whole and be accountable as we continue to monitor and track our progress towards our commitments. I will say that this is a shift in a way we do our work at BPS, and it's developmental, it's instructive, and it's a discipline or muscle we're trying to build to be intentional about anti-racist practice and eliminating the barriers to ensuring that every child has an equitable access to a high quality education. It's important to remember that this is a 5-year plan. This is a journey. It requires continuous improvement to create policies and practices that will improve student outcomes. In year 1, we developed a foundation by identifying opportunity and achievement gaps and developing the equitable solutions needed to improve student outcomes. During years 2 to 4, we will be applying lessons learned, monitoring progress towards our commitments, and identifying next steps needed to keep us on track and to course correct as needed. And in year 5 and throughout, we'll be evaluating impact and reflecting on emerging needs, how emerging needs will inform the next stage of our strategic work. We're at the beginning of this journey, and this presentation reports on the first year of implementation. Here, I wanted to share some operational and academic shifts made to address that we made to address the pandemic in year 1. Won't spend a lot of time here, but want to emphasize the high in-person priority task force and other engagement done during the pandemic to ensure that the strategic vision remains a living plan and guide. As Dr. Caselius has stated in the past, quote, "The pandemic forced us to reckon with the deep and systemic challenges that have kept too many of our children from fully realizing their potential," end quote. And as we were responding to the pandemic, we were also learning. Those lessons allowed us to return to the roadmap we chartered before the onset of the pandemic, and it allowed us to reimagine our work and realign it to the strategic vision with a greater focus on equity. Listed here are our pandemic implementation shifts. Just think, The superintendent was already planning to have the district go to one-to-one devices, technology. And within 2 months of the pandemic, that happened, which speaks to the opportunities the pandemic provided us and how we took advantage of them. The next few slides are strategic initiatives that illustrate our progress towards each commitment. For each commitment, we would like to spotlight a student, a teacher, a school leader, a school or central office department taking on this work. And we'll just highlight a few of the priorities that are notable throughout the commitments. While all the commitments in the strategic plan are important, we start with the need to eliminate opportunity and achievement gaps. This, along with the OAG policy, anchors our work. There were several significant initiatives during that year that advanced this commitment. I'd like to highlight the new exam schools admission policy, which has led to increased socioeconomic, geographic, racial, and programmatic diversity in our 3 exam schools. The Vietnamese Native and Heritage Language Programming, launched at the Mather Elementary School at the beginning of this school year, advances our work towards Look-ACT implementation. The Academics and Professional Learning team has made 9th grade ethnic studies courses available in the course catalog. 36 teachers in 13 schools have taught or are teaching this introductory course. 4 additional courses in Black Studies, Latinx Studies, Indigenous Studies, and Asian Studies are in progress. Courses will be piloted in the spring of 2022. Academics has also hired 1 ethnic studies coach, full-time coach, and through ESSER, there may be additional coaches added. 100% of our transformational and instructional coaches were trained in the Excellence for All student-centered coaching model that led to that initiative's success. And that is work being done with our transformation schools. Cause for celebration, and we always need that. It's really important for our work. And so under our commitment to close opportunity gaps, I want to recognize the Winship School, yay, go Winship, which was awarded a National Blue Ribbon School in September 2021. They used student data to improve achievement and by designing professional learning to reflect and affirm student identity, and by aligning rigorous student-centered and engaging classroom practices to meet student learning needs. We know that with dedicated school leaders, teachers, students, and families, we can achieve this across our schools. Commitment 2, accelerating learning. Mass Core was adopted by the school committee in June of 2021, as was mentioned earlier this evening, to ensure rigor and excellence in our schools. It is meant to result in consistent graduation requirements for students towards eliminating the opportunities to learn gap. The absence of a BPS policy has meant that in 2020, only 31% of BPS graduates met the Mass Core requirements compared to 80% of graduates statewide. By 2025, BPS will fully implement Mass Core as a graduation requirement so that 100% of students receive the rigorous education needed to attend and matriculate to college and achieve career and life success. In partnership with EdVestors, Bunker Hill, UMass Boston, we initiated New Skills Boston, a system of support for schools to create or strengthen early college or innovation pathway programs. This is a multi-year initiative made possible by a $7 million grant from JPMorgan Chase. We are currently engaging a cohort of 4 schools, Excel, Brighton, Charlestown, and the Burke, in a planning year with implementation in school year 22-23. And our early childhood team has increased the number of classrooms that use the focus on P2 curriculum, which is aligned with the culturally and linguistically sustaining practices framework. by 10%, with 70 classrooms now using the curriculum. BPS also administered 9,480 remote learning training sessions with over 15,000 attendees. A highlight for commitment 2 is that the academics division established several supports to re-engage students and bolster academic recovery over the last 14 months. For example, the division created the Social Justice Academy, which was an EFA virtual summer school program serving approximately 560 students. It utilizes best practices from remote learning to create a powerful learning experience for students. A parent from the Linden stated, quote, "The teachers, teaching assistants, and team mentors were able to engage, in our case, mostly 9-year-olds, in sophisticated materials while also making it fun and engaging," end quote. We made efforts to amplify all voices in our decision-making. Superintendent's executive cabinet and executive youth cabinet and the Boston Student Advisory Committee met with district staff to ensure their voice informed the district's return and recovery efforts. Under the family engagement policy, the superintendent and her leadership team met with stakeholders to ensure they are represented on district working groups. For example, BPS increased stakeholder engagement and feedback by engaging over 4,000 stakeholders as a part of our reopening plan. Recognizing the need for expanded channels of communication, we also use technology like Hub Dialer, allowing us to call multiple families in a shorter amount of time, and a family helpline to solicit feedback from families and community regarding school reopening through, as I mentioned, the Hub Dialer and family helpline mechanisms. Familiar face. The additional engagements we have done to understand the needs of our families has led to our ability to better respond to families. Through this crisis, we have become a more responsive district. We always have room to grow, but a quote here from Pastor Sam Acevedo, as he commented, quote, "Sometimes it takes a crisis to inspire us to do what we ought to have done all along, to do what was always within our power to do," end quote. We have learned many lessons in how to engage our families during this pandemic. Commitment 4, expand opportunity. BPS is working to expand opportunities by equitably allocating resources to meet diverse student and community needs. ESSER and CARES Act were used to return students safely to in-person learning. We work toward overcoming barriers to success by helping to secure housing for more than 500 families and 1,000 students through a partnership with the Boston Housing Authority. Through this initiative, we also provided over 25,000 meals and over 3,000 winter coats to students experiencing homelessness. Among our ongoing efforts with the city and community partners, OEPS is underway to ensure equitable pathways, as you heard in the previous presentation. And BPS provided technology access during the pandemic by providing 55,000 Chromebooks and 6,000 internet vouchers for students who had no laptop or broadband access. To demonstrate how vital it is for BPS to provide Chromebooks, a student here, Mario Fields, a student at New Mission High School, stated, "I was a part of an AP computer science class and it required me to have a laptop, and I didn't have the money to buy a laptop, but since I had a school laptop, I was able to participate in the course without having money to buy a laptop." We know that this is critical for our students. Commitment 5, cultivating trust. Understanding and underscoring many of the initiatives already highlighted is the element of trust. For engagement to be meaningful, for partnerships to be meaningful, for educators to have meaningful relationships with students, there has to be trust. One strategy toward cultivating trust is to hire and retain more educators that reflect the students and communities we serve. This means we need to do more to recruit more staff of color, but also work to make BPS a place where folks want to be. School year 21, we saw increases in the overall number of candidates of color, as well as increases in the number of candidates of color recommended for interview. Total numbers for employees of color increased to up to 40%, and from 39% last year and 38% the previous year. To better understand how the district staff are experiencing their work at BPS, we administered the Gallup survey, which is a tool that measures employee engagement. 75% of our colleagues responded in that poll. This is an important first step in understanding the landscape and supporting the development of strategies to ensure that the employee experience is considered in BPS policies and actions. Along the lines of employee engagement, we have amplified opportunities for employees to engage in affinity spaces, both as a way to build a sense of community and belonging among staff who are historically underrepresented in the district's leadership, and to give white staff the opportunity to take responsibility for their own learning, particularly around anti-racism. Lastly, food and nutrition services trained 100% of its staff in customer service skills, helping them to be more responsive to students. Aisha James was a paraprofessional at the charter school. She was encouraged by Ms. Thomas to participate in the BPS Grow Your Own Teacher Pipeline program and joined in school year 1920. The BPS Accelerated Community to Teacher program. Ms. James was hired as a full-time teacher at the charter school during school year 2021. Another success story and highlight. And last but not least, commitment 6, activate partnerships. We took action to activate partnerships with the community. Under the 5th quarter portfolio, BPS partnered with community-based organizations to administer academic and enrichment summer learning programming for almost 8,000 students. All summer learning, including the 5th quarter, our offices of English learners, multilingual learners, and offices and English learner programs served over 11,000 BPS students. The Boston Community Hub schools were developed to take an asset-based approach to supporting our students. The Department of Student and Community Impact programming was launched in 15 BPS schools and 13 community-based organizations across Boston, engaging approximately 32 BPS teachers to serve over 600 students in grades 6 through 12. Made possible by the city's partnership with My Brother's Keeper, the My Brother's Keeper initiative through the Obama Foundation, the Equity Strategy and Opportunity Gaps Division implemented transformative mentoring at 14 schools, serving over 950 students and training 70 school-based staff in culturally responsive, student-centered college, career, and life readiness mentoring for students in grades 6 to 9. And our last highlight here is the work of the Boston Community Hub Schools. The development of the Boston Community Hub Schools strategy piloted during the school year 21-22 is a reflection of our commitment to activate strong partnerships. We have partnered with the Boston Teachers Union, the National Center for Community Schools, and the YMCA of Greater Boston. In particular, our deepest partnership is with the YMCA of Greater Boston. As a lead agent, it will help us develop strategies to enable other Boston grassroots youth development organizations to serve in a similar capacity for the sustainability of the Boston Community Hub School strategy. I'd like to end by sharing our future forward work. This is new. So we are building the plane while flying it. We look forward to sharing the annual report document and the data dashboards, as well as reporting out to the school committee and the public quarterly on implementation and in demonstrating the logic model, efforts to outcomes, so that we continue to cultivate trust with the community around following through with our strategic commitments. I'd like to thank our annual report team, Dr. Regine Filippo, Deputy Chief, Kenneth Walk, Implementation and Monitoring, Bethany Allen, Director of Equitable Pathways, Dr. Keisha Valdez, Director of Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Policy Implementation. I'd like to thank Chief Mitchell for collaboration in aligning the ESSER monitoring to the strategic plan implementation monitoring, Monica Hogan for the support of the Office of Data and Accountability in working on the strategic plan dashboard that we hope to see in January. Additionally, our communications team is now working diligently to turn all of this information and data into a report for documentation of our efforts to help guide future implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Granson.
Thank you. As I mute, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Granson. I'd like to open it up to the committee for questions. Please raise your hands in Zoom. Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Gracias por el informe.
Thank you very much for the report.
Go ahead, Juan.
It was very informative. Go ahead, Rafael.
Ok. Cuando hablamos de incorporar la voz de los padres en la toma de decisiones del distrito.
So when we are talking about incorporating the parents' voice when it comes to decision making as regards to the district itself,
me gustaría saber si dentro del plan que ellos han elaborado han pensado, y si no lo han pensado, pues es un buen tiempo para abrirnos a lo que es la interpretación en el idioma de las familias.
so if it's not part of the plan already and it's open to interpretation with regards to what is the interpretation itself of the families themselves.
Usualmente los concilios de padres, muchas veces hay muchos padres, especialmente latinos, hispanohablantes, que no se involucran más en las escuelas de sus hijos porque a veces no proveen el servicio de interpretación para que ellos puedan estar en los concilios de padres.
I'm referring in particular to interpreting services being available. Sometimes the parents, the Hispanic parents, are reluctant to get involved in councils or decision making because of the fact that there's no interpretation available.
Hay muchos directores de escuelas que han hecho muchos esfuerzos para que los padres puedan entender y han utilizado muchas veces personal de la escuela que es bilingüe para que puedan estar en las reuniones e interpretar para esas familias que no hablan el inglés.
It has gotten to the point that the directors of schools or the principals themselves, they had made significant efforts in order to provide interpretation services, sometimes relying on bilingual staff to be able to interpret those services or the parents because of the lack of interpretation services.
Por tradición, normalmente siempre se ha dicho que la comunidad latina y aprendices del idioma inglés no se involucra tanto en la escuela, pero quiero que lleven a su mente que muchas veces porque no tenemos servicio de interpretación.
So there's something that sometimes is misunderstood and misconceived. It is said that the Latin community, sometimes they're not active participants when it has to do with school decisions. What we have to consider is that sometimes it's because of the lack of interpretation itself, not the lack of interest.
Entonces me gustaría ver dentro del plan que incorporemos operativamente cómo ¿cómo vamos a incorporar? ¿Cómo vamos a hacer que esas familias se involucren en la escuela? Lo primero que yo entiendo que tenemos que hacer es proveerle herramientas para que ellos se sientan entendidos, escuchados y que ellos puedan aprender del sistema con una interpretación.
So it is very important to know and understand how the operational plan will take place in this regard. How are we going to attract or involve the families? It is critical to provide the tools for the families so they'll be able to be linguistically present and understand the material through an interpreter.
Si nosotros hacemos esto, y tengo muchos ejemplos de escuelas que han utilizado los servicios de la interpretación y ha cambiado la perspectiva. Los padres están más involucrados, los padres están más identificados, están participando en los concilios, pero es porque esas escuelas han buscado la manera de cómo tener interpretación incorporada en las reuniones de los concilios de padres, la toma de decisiones de la escuela, que son los comités ejecutivos dentro de la escuela, que también los padres necesitamos estar ahí.
So sometimes there are the executive committees for the parents that we do have to be there involved. So we need to understand what is the perspective and what are we doing in terms of involving these parents so they can be part of this decision making, which is typically part of the council of the parent council. I had seen from my personal experience many different schools that actually have provided the services, enabling the council of the parent to be, or the parents to be linguistically present. There has been significant improvement. Participation is better. These metrics are important, are improving because of this provision of services.
Thank you so much. Y thank you, Mr. Gratson, por su presentación.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bratson. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Branson, for your presentation. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Other questions?
Gracias, Ms. Polanco Garcia. I want to just mention a couple of tools that we use this year as well, with the talking points to be able to communicate with parents. That was really received well by our teachers and educators and has been helpful. I think there's another software program. I don't know if Mark Racine is on, or Dr. Granson, if you know something about Lions, something where you can call up and get interpretation. I just don't have the exact name because it's late and I'm forgetting it. But there's another software program that we use, and then there's a service that we use. But I do recognize and acknowledge the really big challenge we have in front of us in really reaching all of our families who speak many languages. We have over 75 languages that are spoken in our schools. And so there's a challenge there. So we have to continue to look for ways to include all voices. I do want to say that as a school committee, and this was under our former chair, Ms. Alex Oliver Davila, and I really want to give her credit for pushing this forward to have our school committee meetings and have interpretation in our 9 major languages, and all translations have to be done. This is quite a challenge for my team in terms of getting the timeline so we can get things to you in time with these very thick presentations. But then also ensuring that all of our community meetings, also, if you've noticed, you attend our community equity roundtable and all of the large community meetings that we have, parent meetings. We want to have those also in the languages that are represented by our student body. We are committed to that. We know that we fall short. Sometimes we are unable to find ASL, for instance, or we might be short a specific language at a meeting, but we have really tried to do better in this area. And I think it has to happen at the school-based level too, and parents are able to make a request, and we can sometimes be able to provide that. I don't know, Dr. Granson, if you want to share anything more about what our school-based equity roundtables are able to do or what schools are doing.
Yeah, no, I just want to also thank Ms. Polanco Garcia for those comments. I think that, you know, with my team and the other part of our work around ensuring that equity is at the center of everything that we're doing, we certainly see language access as central to our commitment to equity. And, you know, in reflecting in this conversation, thinking about ways that we put measures on that, especially in the work that's happening in our school-based equity roundtables. At our community equity roundtable, we have adopted the same practices as we have for our school committee in terms of making sure that we have translations available and want to be able to support school communities and school leaders in doing that. And they have some other tools at their disposal that the superintendent mentioned. But the way that you make sure that we all stay focused and remain committed to it is figuring out ways to track it. So that because what gets measured gets done, and if we value it, then we need to put some parameters in place for that. So I really appreciate those comments.
It's called Line Bridge.
Line Bridge. Okay.
That's interpretation via the phone. I know that's not the preferred way by the phone, but it's helpful. And then we also we've really tried to have our family liaisons and be multilingual as well as new hires, and trying to track that information as well so that we can do language match more intentionally throughout the district with our employees.
Great.
Yo estoy practicando español. Mi español, right?
We understood you either way.
Yeah. Other members, questions?
I said I was practicing my sign language.
You
too.
are, okay, thank you. Any other questions from members? No, at this point, I just have two quick ones. You said that Excellence for All was expanded in the transformational schools, or the staff were trained to do it. Are they expanding Excellence for All in all of our transformation schools? I wasn't clear about that.
Not at this time. I think
Okay.
The expansion piece was Excellence for All, the model that was used for coaching in those schools. The coaching model. The coaching model.
Okay.
Yeah, is what we used to train the instructional coaches that work in the 33 transformation schools. So some of the work around the culturally and logistically sustaining practices, funds of knowledge, yeah, those practices.
Good. So when we have the report on academics, we'll hear more about the actual expansion of Excellence for All at that point.
The Excellence for All expansion is going to be, you know, if we do that, it's part of the academic vision. And so we'll have, remember last time I said we didn't bring the AWC because we want to talk about AWC. We want to talk about our intermediate instructional program and Excellence for All in the same conversation when we present the academic vision.
Yeah. My only other question was, you know, I really liked how you did the presentation with the updates on all of those different areas. But I also thought, how are we acknowledging the flip side? What were the issues that have been raised or concerns, and what have we learned from those? As well as we're looking at the strategic plan too, because oftentimes you can learn as much from your mistakes as from your successes. So I was wondering, as I looked at some of those topics, I said, I wonder what was the flip side? Are you all also capturing that?
I can talk to a few. The first thing, well, this interpretation one is one, right? We learned that was a good opportunity, and we're continuing some of that, but we need to do more, right? I think another one is on technology, and just how do we support our students with the one-to-one technology and remote learning. We learned a lot in remote learning around instructional practices with the use of technology. Teachers went from like 0 to 100 with that.
Mhm.
So we're continuing to learn through the digital backpack, through how we use Lexia, how we use those digital tools of Clever and other tools. We now have a digital library card, which we didn't report on with the partnership with the BPL, which is great. So I think that's one that we have. I think that there is a lesson within our data, even though I think it's really, the reason I didn't put in the data around MCAS is because I think it's just unreliable. And we already did a whole report out to you on that. So it was just redundant. So I think what we've learned about that is, though, there are nuggets of information in there that help direct our overall district-wide direction around instruction and standards, and which standards we need to embed. We're going to be pairing that with our formative assessment data, and we'll be giving you an update. As you know, it's coming up at a school committee meeting, and we'll be looking at both MCAS and our MAP data, our recent formative data. But what we know is that our EL learners who are special ed are really struggling. They're really struggling. And we've held several trainings, and we are focusing specifically on this group of students throughout the district. And so the academic team has been charged with the school superintendent team and the principals of focusing on these students. I think one other learning out of the strategic plan that Dr. Granson presented on briefly was the panorama and the use of student success planning and our MTSS system, which is our multi-tiered systems of support. And we've learned that we just have to really focus our tier 1 instruction, our good first teaching. When you walk in a classroom, the activities are geared toward and aligned toward our standards, and that the ways in which teachers teach are ways in which meet the learners where they're at. So there's a number of learnings that we've had that we've talked about as a team, probably more than we have time for this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Just quickly add to that, to build off one of the words Superintendent shared was focus. It's probably a big takeaway for us when we think about operating in the pandemic, how critical the needs are for students, thinking about how we move towards more students outcomes focus. School committee started some of that work last year. And then we have the superintendent's goals. So we're looking at, if we have those, whether they're 1 year or 3 year, 3 to 5 year sort of goals that we're trying to meet, from the superintendent's goals and the school committee's goals, how do we focus and align our efforts in that direction? And so we're trying to it's really about building a discipline. We're in conversations about, and this was with the OG task force meeting yesterday, conversations about how we define opportunity and achievement gaps. And a part of that is trying to get to, well, when will we feel like we've made some progress and met success when it comes to closing gaps? And, MCAS is not going to be the only one. And so it's allowing us to sharpen our focus around what the measures are, so that we can have really clear work plans and be disciplined in execution.
I also just want to add one more thing before I finish, and that is that I think we've learned that without a focus on equity, then nothing else really matters.
Yeah.
I think, we are in the twin pandemics, and I think that when George Floyd was murdered, we all took a greater focus toward anti-racism. And I think that has been a benefit to the district, to be able to really openly talk about it and to really put in place the concrete action steps and accountability around what does equity really mean, and what does it really mean to be an anti-racist organization. And I'm very proud of the work of the Community Equity Roundtable, the school-based equity roundtables. Certainly they're still maturing, but the commitment of our school leaders and our parents' engagement in that process is, I think, a very promising practice that is a national model.
Great, thank you.
And the use of the racial equity planning tool.
Clearly, yes, absolutely, for everything. Yes, thank you. Before we move on to public comment, are there any other questions? If not, thank you, Dr. Granson, and we look forward to your next update. So we'll now move on to public comment on reports. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. We have no speakers for public comment on reports.
Right, thank you. Any new business? Okay, hearing none, that will conclude our business for this evening. Our next school committee meeting will take place next Wednesday, November 3rd at 5 p.m. So if there's nothing further, I'll entertain an motion to adjourn.
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman, Mr. DeAraujo, Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everyone.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Yeah.
Adios.